Welcome everyone back to Spoiler Warning, featuring myself, Tom Colohue. We are live for night one of WrestleMania in its entirety and an extra hour of good old-fashioned pre-show because, my word, we have so much pre-show now. It's just a thing. Wherever you are, there's pre-show. 3 hours of pre-show live on YouTube that is in fact still going and is literally in this ear right now. So we will be live for a full hour of the pre-show and then we will be moving into the full watch party for night one. As you're joining us, please remember to hit like to get this going, and remember, the easiest way to ensure that these shows grow and this channel grows, hitting like and being sure to chat. Literally just the words chat rate in the chat guarantees that we continue. So thank you everyone who's already there. Yes, I am indeed Bailey. I'm in a new corner of the room, a imperfect corner. You can actually see my punch bag, my new punch bag, which I was talking about over there. I'll tilt it a little further so you can see, in fact, and a little more unpainted wall. But for now, this will eventually be sort of the nook where most of my focus goes, over here, and we'll have, you know, a bit more camera focus over here when it's a bit more finished and a bit more just generally laid out and prepared and ready. For now, this is what we have. It is pretty good, I reckon, a new corner. It means that I'm opposite the door now. My TV's there for the watch party. This should all work out well. Should, can't guarantee will, but should. It's another few walls painted after a hell of an effort by the household for another room that we've been working on. So we've got some more progress and we'll continue to paint across the way as we move to a new corner. We basically rip up more floor and continue to work on other walls as they become available. It's a lot. It's a lot, and it's not going quiet anytime soon. Yes. Thank you, Jordan, for the shout out there for Sai, who has, of course, created this overlay as well for the WrestleMania watch party. I have 2 pages live at the moment. Firstly, our own setup, but also we've got the countdown and a few more pages as well. I've got TikTok ready and firing. So far today, we've gained 13 followers there and growing with a few of the things that we've been posting. Particularly popular is a video in which Logan Paul was snubbed by Dominic Mysterio and Liv Morgan. For those not aware, I've mentioned this previously. A lot of people really don't like Logan Paul, and by a lot of people, I mostly mean Dominic Mysterio and Liv Morgan. They just really don't like this guy. There's also a video of Liv Morgan at the after party from last night's Hall of Fame. Somehow she was still awake. That isn't actually eligible for the For You page because there's other clips of it going around. It still, because of TikTok search, had 13,200 views. I don't even have 1,000 followers. But one of the things I'll be doing during the show today is essentially trying to get to a point where I'm pushing for 1,000 people following on TikTok. So there's a few areas of focus that I'd like. Naturally, I want to watch WrestleMania with my friends here. I want to have a good time, and hopefully you guys are enjoying what we're putting on here. But at the same time, we're going to be putting focus into the growth of both channels. And a large part of that is finding clips for TikTok and, of course, ensuring that we are engaging. What have we got, guys? Let's see what we're doing in the chat at the minute. There's plenty of people before we went live, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone who was here before we went live. It's huge for a watch party. Watch parties in general tend to have a lot more foot traffic. There'll be higher views, but the only ads people will see will be the first one, because I don't automate ads. I don't throw a lot of ads in, and by and large, I keep the show rolling. So they're not exactly what I'd call earners. They're not exactly high levels of concurrent viewers at once. I've never reached 100 viewers on a watch party, apart from that one time when the pre-show on YouTube actually fed into my watch party, which was Hell in a Cell, I want to say 22. Good times. But yeah, I expect this to be very chill, very relaxed, and if that's the style you enjoy, I expect you'll enjoy this too. Right, so I can now set up the visual on this side so that I've got the YouTube pre-show showing. I'm essentially going to be streaming it on 2 different platforms, but I'm going to be streaming the exact same show. So I've got visual there, and I've got audio here. Leon says, hello, Mr. Thomas Colohue. Hope you're doing well. Doing very well. And a full name. Well, nearly a full name, and you don't know a middle name. Welcome. Liam says, hello, Tom. Phoenix on Mania. OMG. Yes, for those who've unfortunately missed the news, Rey Mysterio is no longer going to be competing at WrestleMania this year. An injury that he picked up the night before on SmackDown has ruled him out, and instead it's been decided that he will be replaced by Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix will take on El Grande Americano, and I expect basically the same story to be told. It says WWE AAA Worlds Collide in June at the Kia Forum. Indeed, that was some big news. And I did love how several times Triple H forgot the names of the people that he was introducing, who were all stood around him, with the exception, of course, of Stephanie Vaquer. Mohammed says, I just wonder with AAA being acquired by WWE, what could this mean for Triple Mania? Also, what about Fantastica Mania and the New Japan collab now? The WWE are seeking to continue their collaborations with New Japan and essentially build on them so that the WWE themselves get more work alongside New Japan. So I would expect this to continue. Everything else that is currently happening in AAA is expected to continue. The same management team will be running AAA, they'll just have a bit more budget. Mohammed also says, I feel sorry that Naito, Bushi, Ospreay, Okada, they might not savor the moment of getting their WWE dream matches. Why would they? Most of them have chosen AEW. Robin Dave says, say, Tom, happy WrestleMania weekend. Maybe you can confirm this, but according to Mike Johnson of Peter Insider, multiple sources have told him that Becky Lynch will get musically involved WrestleMania. Robin Dave, I'm going to need some confirmation as to what you mean by musically. Do you mean physically? Sai says, happy Mania Day 1. House has come along, Tom. Thank you, Sai. It's almost all other people. But overall, I'm still pretty happy. Jordan says, a very good evening, Tom and chat. Hope you're all well. Just about to turn heel on the sleep schedule, but for WrestleMania, it's worth it. Good way of saying it. Good way of saying it. Joe Pierce says, hey, Tom, crazy AAA news. It's certainly a reason for people to tune into the pre-show, and I would say the only reason so far that anyone should tune in to the pre-show. Liam says, Rock on Mania tonight. Jordan says, good. A great overlay site. Nice one. I don't know where I was reading what I thought I was seeing. Thank you, Joe, for keeping the conversations going. For those unaware, Joe asks lots of questions. I appreciate him for doing so, because by asking lots of questions, he's keeping the chat rate high, which is guaranteeing more people find this stream. Please do answer if you can. Paul says, Rey Mysterio is injured. Rey Fenix is replacing him. And Ed says, Sai is the best. Sai, number 1. Paul Simmons says, chat rate, appreciate you. Cal says, hey, Tom, my mate, hope you're well, my friend. Doing well, thank you, Cal, and hope you are also. Sai says, is Triple H still talking at the Hall of Fame? Yes, and somehow Shawn Michaels is still awake. I do think it did get to a point where Triple H was just trying to make sure that Shawn Michaels got no sleep at all, which also explains the kiss, because he would have been staying up all night, far too turned on. Kel says, Jey Uso had a great night last night and hopefully will continue. Hunter says, Tom Colohue, hi. What is your thoughts on WWE acquiring AAA? What does this mean? Do you see New Japan being acquired by WWE also? There are active negotiations going on between WWE and New Japan about a future working arrangement. I don't believe this involves a purchase at this point in time. Bam Bam says, Wyatt 6 after WrestleMania? Yes. Roy says, did you watch Hall of Fame? No. I've made that mistake before, and it's a huge mistake. I've stayed awake for watch parties of Hall of Fame, and usually they've been fun to a degree, but we've had to make our own fun. We've on many occasions been watching the Hall of Fame and just talked about how everyone looks great in a suit. Montez Ford usually looks the best in a suit. He's just a very attractive man in a suit. But that's kind of all we do. And then the speeches happen and I don't feel like I can talk. It's a watch party. I need to be able to talk. So, kind of awkward. Patrick, welcome, mate. Pre-show confirmed Rey Fenix is replacing Rey Mysterio to face El Grande Americano. Brad, I did talk about my thoughts on the TKO WWE acquisition of AAA, and I will confirm what I've already said as to what I expect. It is the same management structure that WWE have bought out. So they have bought out the management structure of AAA, and they will continue to work with it. It will mean a lot more loans, a lot more cross-promotion, and it will also mean a lot of the current lucha talent in WWE will be featured less on WWE and more on AAA. Dominic Mysterio is also going to be a key factor when it comes to it, because ultimately it's Dominic Mysterio, and what a great heel. I would expect this to be very good for the company on both sides. I do have a middle name, Cal. Thomas says, hi Tom, what are the snacks everyone will be having for tonight's Mania? So, good question. I've gone with a Galaxy Cookie Crumble. Can't miss. And also, and I've already started these, they say they're a share size, they are lying. Now I'm pinballs. Now I'm OCD. So I eat the worst flavours first, which has left me with just, and I don't know how well I can show this, greens, pinks and browns, which I eat in rotation. That's me and snacks. Not sponsored. Let me know what your sponsors, not your sponsors. Let me know what your snacks are as well, guys. So close, Si. So close. So close. Kieran says, how do? How do, Kieran? Hallen just dropped some chat rate. Bailey just says, yes. In response to Roy saying, did WWE buy AAA all the way? You're really sticking with Thomas there, aren't you, Joe? As promised, we did run a poll to determine what I would be drinking. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised. But yes, we did. Of course we did. I was going to whether people voted for it or not. Y'all know me. I literally have the glasses for it. Liam says there are a number of returns and debuts planned for WWE programming next week per Fightful Select. Thank you, Liam, for sourcing. I have reported this at length previously, what we are expecting for the Raw after Mania. I'm expecting a very high number. We now know that Aleister Black will be debuting shortly, and it will be on SmackDown. We are expecting to see Rusev, who is currently in the building. Becky Lynch is also at WrestleMania as we speak, as well as several others. The Wired Six I'm expecting to see more of. Alexa Bliss, I'm expecting a return there. There will be a lot of people making their return. We've reported at length on all of these. Cal says, was the Rey Mysterio injury already a thing as Phoenix got eliminated yesterday by Grande? No, it was yesterday that it happened. Gotcha, Rob and Dave. I haven't heard anything about that, but as I have reported previously, she's there. I reported she was going to be there, at the very least backstage. I don't necessarily expect her to get involved that physically, but she's there. Why wouldn't you? And also, I think I've mentioned previously, I kind of expect her to be a heel, so I think she'd more likely come back tomorrow. Kieran says, not to go all tinfoil hat, Tom, but do you think there was anything in that photo of The Rock in the New Japan shirt with a Rubik's Cube based on the AAA acquisition? As I mentioned at the time, WWE and New Japan negotiations are active and ongoing. The Rock wasn't teasing anything, he was literally updating us and giving some free publicity to New Japan as a suggestion that, hey, this is what we can do for you. This is the minimum that we can do for you. And I feel that was a very effective way of sending a clear message. We have 39 people watching, 19 likes. One more gets us to 20. Let's get that rolling. We also have a new system on YouTube that I've not played with much yet, which is the goal system. Now, the goal seems a bit extreme. It's trying to suggest that people should send me £50. I'm not going to be that guy. But we do have goals, so we might as well take advantage of them. So I'm going to set a 1 hour goal for one super chat of £2. We also have to share how we'll celebrate. How should we celebrate? With a whole dang watch party. We now have a goal. Now, I don't know how goals work, but we now have a goal for an hour for £2. If that doesn't happen, I'm not going to cry. I appreciate all of you for your consistent support, and we will make money from ads today. So don't worry, I'm not asking you to fund the show. I'm just putting that up there as a reminder that if you would like to, you can make a donation. Thanks, guys. Where was I? Juan says, hey Tom, if TK, Tony Khan, were to buy New Japan, would New Japan still be under the same management, or would it be like Ring of Honor? Just a curious question since TK took almost all their top talent. Well, Juan, that's a difficult conversation to have. It's not a question that I can answer in any real capacity because it's entirely hypothetical. And if it's hypothetical, how can I possibly answer it? Thank you very kindly, Sai. I very much appreciate you for that. If anyone can, please remember to hit the thumbs up on Sai's donation. Every thumbs up makes a massive difference. Oh, wow. And he's not alone. Thank you very much, Sai. Squid has also made a generous donation. Please, once again, be sure to hit the thumbs ups on there. Thank you very kindly, Sai. Thank you very kindly, Squid. Goal smashed. And I would say that means the goal's quite effective. I thought so, Sai. I thought it might be, but you seem to have got something rolling. Thank you very kindly. Continued generosity. That literally puts money in the coffers, which I can then spend on the overall programming, the overall shows, and everything we're trying to do here. So thank you so much for that. It also is more engagement, which also increases our chance of finding new viewers. I'll start a new goal shortly once I've caught up with the chat a bit more, because that one was clearly smashed, and now we get to have a whole damn watch party. So thank you so much, guys. Kieran says, watch that pig and chat rate. Keep that chat rate going. Thank you, Kieran. Robin Dave says, I got that news from WrestleZone. I was just wondering if it's true or not. I'm not aware of WrestleZone actually reporting exclusives. But I'm, let's say, not popular at WrestleZone anyway, so what can I say? Juan says, good old Tom, keep us updated on all these Meltzer rumour killers. It's sometimes all I've got. Roy says, what do you think will be the opening match at WrestleMania 41? I believe it's now being confirmed. Pardon me. Jey Uso challenging Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship will be our opening match. Bam Bam says, what did you think of Stand and Deliver? I enjoyed it. I actually really quite enjoyed the ladder match and the women's fatal four-way. I thought there was some really good stuff on there. Others featured a lot of wrestlers I had no idea who they were. And there was also something involving Tony D'Angelo and other people. There were some other people. So I said that the pre-show is anything to go by. The promo videos for each match are about 5 minutes long each. That's half an hour out of the main show. Yeah. You know how Triple H likes to operate. I've been trying to highlight it as much as possible. What Triple H likes to do is a 3 to 5 minute intro video, 3 to 5 minutes of entrances, 15 minutes of match, some sort of backstage section, and then on. So everything is basically in a 30-minute box. Thank you, Kat. Kieran loves brown pinballs too. Patrick says hello, Tom. Hello, Patrick. Cal says, are WWE worried about Raw's ratings falling? Nope. Not even slightly. They're getting plenty of money from Netflix. They could not care how many people are watching. Kieran snacks are Cool Doritos and Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels? Good shout. I will not be indulging, but I have some if need be. I probably shouldn't show that on stream. I might get shut down now. I'd rather not. I'm not going to be drinking it. Paul Simmons suggests that Chad Gable is in El Grande Americano. I'm not sure why he would suggest such blasphemy, but yeah, that's what he went for. Sai is a Philistine, and he's very accurately called me out in the parentheses. Patrick says, I don't understand why Roxanne and Cora got back together just to immediately break up again. I would imagine the intention is to try and get a feud going when they both hit the main roster. Roxanne Perez has already been called up. I'm not sure why she was even involved. Blue says, hi Tom, kind of down about Mania this weekend after the week from hell from the WWE. They've not had the best start overall, have they? No boo squid, but indeed cherry coke. You know I'm a big fan. Erik says, if Roxanne leaving Cora high and dry, is her run in NXT officially done? It was done in January. She was called up in January and hasn't been in NXT really since. Avi says, in the same boat as far as tackling the worst flavours first goes, tend to prefer the chews, but also offer over the pinball. So I get you. I totally get it. Oh, Kieran has chili cheese hot dogs, but the GMT time zone may prohibit their consumption. Fair play. Fair play. Entertainment says, hey Tom, hey chat. Hey Entertainment, how you doing? Robin Dave says, I enjoyed the Hall of Fame till I fell asleep, then I was mildly disappointed. I can't say otherwise. Cecil says, good evening, Tom and chat just got here. How is everyone? I'm doing very, very well, thank you, Cecil. We've already had a goal smashed by Science Squid, thank you once again. And we are 20 minutes... We're 20 minutes into the show. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes into the pre-show of WrestleMania because this just keeps going. I don't think anyone's focused on it for more than a couple of seconds when the AAA announcement went live. Yes, Sean, we are live with an hour of pre-show left, 40 minutes away from WrestleMania when we will really get started. Sean says, Michael Cole said in the kickoff show that Gunther versus Jey is opening. Joe says, I've got Coca-Cola Camp lime flavour, one flavour, one packet of sour Haribos, 2 packets of normal, and also a cheap Pringles. Always a good shout. Kieran says, Roxanne confronted Stephanie. I don't think she's done. Which is just baffling in every way. It looks like they called her up with an intention of having her wrestle Bayley. Hang on, what's happening here? Okay. So that's Bayley and Valkyria. So Bayley's hurt. Really feels like Lara Valkyria is going to need a new tag partner to wrestle Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. Is it possible Bayley's just been taken out to make room for Becky? Liv Morgan, to be fair to her, looks exhausted. Okay, something's finally interesting on the pre-show. Guys, what do you think? Would you be throwing Becky Lynch in? There will be a new partner for Lyra. Becky Lynch does have wrestling over. Becky Lynch, I say again, does have wrestling over. Oh my god, she's so Welsh. If Lyra Valkyria needs a partner, she can find one. She's got buddies. She's got buddies. Oh, right. Okay, so. Jackie Redmond with one of the worst calls ever. So convincing. So convincing. Right, let's keep catching up with the chat. And then we can put some more stuff onto the good old-fashioned TikTok. Where were we? Roy says, is there any matches you're not interested in watching at WrestleMania 42 on both nights? I don't think there's going to be bad matches. There are matches that are not that interesting to me, such as Rey Fénix or Grande Americano, but I'll still watch them. Chris says, evening, Tom. Happy WrestleMania, everyone. Evening, Chris. Daniel says, afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Daniel. Kieran says the tag title match at Stand and Deliver was unreal. Sean says Sol Ruka is technically a double champion as she is a speed champion. Kieran is willing to sell his soul. Sean says, what do you think opens night 2? Once again, been confirmed, it's going to be the women's triple threat. Cecil says, I enjoyed NXT. It's amazing how their PLEs always bang. Kind of like AEW, their weekly show doesn't always hit, but their PLEs do. Cal says, Karrion Kross getting eliminated yesterday was criminal. He should have won. Blue says, Tom, Roxanne has been in NXT off and on for the last couple of months. Guess it was because they decided she wouldn't make Mania. That's exactly what the situation was. They decided it wasn't worth going Bayley versus Roxanne at WrestleMania, and they threw it off the card, and so they've started using Roxanne in different capacities. I don't think it's improved the situation, but we are where we are. Billy says, hello, Tom, and everyone else. Welcome, Billy. Marcel is ready. Let's go. Alan says, Tom, I'm most excited for Naomi and Jade tonight. What match is everyone excited for? Good question. Let's open it up to the whole audience. Of the matches on night one, which match are you personally most excited for? In addition, we have 29 likes now. One more gets us over the line. Can you be the one? Please do. Sean says Becky's getting blamed for Roxanne versus Bayley not happening. She shouldn't be. Blue just says Becky. Rob says I'm thinking about getting some Chinese food. Always a fair shout. Carl suggests Alexa as a tag partner. Patrick thinks it's Becky's return. Roy says I want to see a match Chad Gable versus El Grande Americano. We'll never get that because Chad Gable can't wrestle himself. He can't wrestle himself, that's true, but he can wrestle El Grande Americano. Kit Kat says Becky would be perfect. Jess says everyone liked the video. Something bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen, guys. Nothing bad will happen. Like the video anyway, but nothing bad will happen. Sai says if it turns out to be Trish Stratus, I'll be pissed, and that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. Cal says, do you think there'll be a rematch with Tiffany and Charlotte after Mania? I find that likely, yes. It is something that we're going to be seeing a lot of. Rematches from WrestleMania, because it's no longer like the end, the peak of the situation. Nowadays, unfortunately, WrestleMania is very heavily repetitive, and that's just unfortunately something that does happen. Right, this one, can I? Yes, I can. Right. So guys, as mentioned earlier, I'm going to be doing quite a few things at once today. I've got myself a new phone specifically for this purpose. And what I'm going to do is find some content for good old-fashioned TikTok. I'm looking to try and grow every channel today. I have multiple channels, and I want to get the word out. One of the best ways to get the word out is just to do multiple things at once. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. I started the day with less than 900 followers on TikTok. I'm already way beyond that now. And in fact, approaching, I believe, and just to double check, approaching the 1,000. Now, I'm not quite approaching as in getting there today, but wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Because that download apparently didn't work. And just double check what's going on there. While that is loading, I'll continue to keep up with the chat and see where we are. So, rematch we were talking about. Sean says fans want Joe Hendry to be Randy's opponent. Fans have wanted anything involving Joe Hendry, but those are Joe Hendry fans. They are not all the fans. There are other fans. That's not loading. Kieran says Bayley is injured. It seems so at this point in time, yes. We'll see what actually happens there, because we can't really guarantee anything. But that is certainly what they're teasing. Chris says El Grande Americano is definitely Hulk Hogan. Don't tease me with that crap. I never want there to be a Hulk Hogan just involved. But we are where we are, aren't we? Sadly, we are where we are. Downloads. Still nothing. Really not sure what's happening here. Okay, people are really excited for the triple threat. I think that's a good shout. Really can't lose with that one, can we? Blue says, really sucks because Roxanne has been one of the best performers in the company over the last year. Luke thinks what we're going to see is Randy Orton have an open invitational and will take on Bo Dallas. That's an interesting choice. Also, main event from Thomas. Entertainment says Punk versus Roman versus Seth, which is, of course, our main event. There we go. It's now loaded. So, let's get this on there. Bayley injured backstage before tag match versus Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. We'll just leave a nice hanging question. Lyra Valkyria to bring in Becky Lynch. Why is Hulk Hogan on my screen? I'm not a Hulkamaniac. I hate you. I hate everything you stand for. Go to hell. Bayley's not her, Erik. Bayley was never really planned for this position. Wow, you really can't spell Bayley, can you? No, stop it. It's auto-correcting, and I don't like it. Bayley injured by Liv Morgan. Possibly not, but hey, it is, let's be fair. And Raquel Rodriguez before tag match. Lyra Valkyria to bring in Becky Lynch. That says Betty. I'm bad at this. For WrestleMania. And do a question mark so people don't think I'm making a report, because I'm just being a fan. Right. Apologies for that, guys. Apologies for that. Erik's snack of choice is mac and cheese. I love a good mac and cheese myself. My mother makes an amazing one. Roy thinks it's going to be Kurt Angle. Cal says Alexa's husband is doing a concert in Vegas tonight. If we see Alexa, I'd expect it to be tomorrow. Marcel says Yeet Mania is what I want to see. Cecil says Fums, Piggies, chat rate, how about Roxanne as her partner? Maybe it's why Roxanne left Cora early. I don't think it's impossible that Roxanne's the one who attacked Bayley. Liam says Adam Pearce tells Lara Valkyria she has 24 hours to find a new partner for the tag title match tomorrow on night 2 of WrestleMania 41, following an attack by Bayley backstage. My guess is Nikki Bella. Your guess is Nikki Bella. Interesting. Kieran, now I'm suspicious of you. Now I'm suspicious. Sai, thank you kindly, is reading out tonight's card. Main event will be Rollins versus Reigns versus Punk. Opening match will be Gunther versus Jey Uso. We'll also see Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair for the Women's Championship. The War Raiders versus The New Day for the Tag Championship. LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu for the US Championship. Rey Fenix versus Grande Americano for no championship. And Jade Cargill versus Naomi for the Bianca Belair Championship. Cal says, Tom, will Hogan be there? Hopefully not. Typically, for events like this, Hogan just sort of turns up. Robin Dave says, I hope when Rusev returns, he brings his Redeemer gimmick like he did in AEW. Billy suggests Natalya. Erik suggests Tatum Paxley. Interesting. Patrick says, Triple H wanted Bayley on the WrestleMania card. Now she's injured and Bayley won't be on the WrestleMania card. It is ridiculous. But I suppose, given that they were the very last minute tag team, it does sort of sound like he's asked someone for a favour. Yeah, somebody's cursing me, Chris. Somebody is. Juan says, if Bayley is hurt, then it's obvious Becky Lynch is the replacement. And then mentions a spoiler from PW Insider. As I said, Becky Lynch is there. She has her wrestling gear. You say Peter Insider might have spoiled something. I think I probably did, to be fair. Joe says, Tom, if Becky comes out, I'll be madly happy. I got a book about her career. It's absolutely amazing. Sid suggests Randy Orton versus Moose, which is not the plan. And Cal says, do you think Jacob Fatu wins tonight? Yes, I do. It would make the most sense to me personally for Jacob Fatu to become the United States champion. I think, unfortunately, there just isn't that much love for LA Knight backstage anymore. And I don't think he's done anything wrong. I just don't think there's a lot of love backstage for LA Knight anymore. Disappointing, but real. Robin Dave says, I know this will never happen, but this is only a funny imagine the replacement is Stephanie McMahon. Long since retired. Sid, all I can say is, I'm not. Stephanie McMahon is hot under the collar. So this is Big E wearing purple and gold. Those will always be the WrestleMania colours for me. Kieran says, Natalya looked amazing at that Bloodsport event. Hope they do something with that low-key legend. Cal says, I feel sorry for Solo. Man, he's been forgotten about. He has. He very much has. It's unfortunate. Jess says, LA has the best suit at Hall of Fame. Everyone backstage was jealous. Source, Jess Select. I like it. I'd pay the $5. Jess says, I'm looking forward to the triple threat match. I think it's going to be an interesting one. And Cal says, imagine for Randy's match, the light goes black, Shatter plays, and Uncle Howdy returns. And you can continue to imagine that. Right, well, we smashed our first goal. I'm not going to escalate this. My entire plan was to basically have a consistent goal of $1. Or £1, because, you know, British. So I really don't want to be putting any pressure on anyone. It's just, as I say, there to be a reminder for anyone who does want to donate that it is an option that's available for them. You can donate as much or as little as you would like. So what I'm going to do is the exact same thing again. One super chat for the lowest possible amount, which is £2. You can apparently do goals of like 20 super chats for £100. I'm not going to do that. That's a ridiculous concept. One super chat, £2 for an hour. And I'll just keep that rolling. Stephanie McMahon talking about her history of WrestleMania. A lot of Vince McMahon name drops in this one. Can't say I love that as a concept. Just a lot of name dropping of Vince McMahon. Of course, Linda McMahon was in play for the Hall of Fame, which is a hilarious concept, considering she is currently dismantling the Department for Education. And as Secretary for Education, that's actually her job. It's just a baffling world we live in. 30,000 people have looked at my video of Logan Paul being ignored by Dominic and Liv Morgan. People on my channel really love Liv Morgan. They're big on Liv. Robin Dave says, Tom, would you take an RKO? I have. I've worked with a number of different wrestlers and they really like wrestling and will do it off camera. They have a great time. Roy says, I met Bailey when she had the hugger gimmick in London. Was so nice, gave me a hug and took a picture of her. That's cool, mate. That's cool. Joe says, the only person I've met, Roy, is Paige. I know her brothers, but I'm hoping to go to WWE in a couple of years. Want to go to the front and meet some people then. Erik, don't be saying stuff like that, mate. That's a hideous concept. I hate everything that you've just said. And Cal says, I turned the Hall of Fame off when Vince was mentioned. Roy says, Wrestling Day said he loves Linda McMahon. He is, of course, British and is not under her sway, as it were. Chris, thank you very kindly. This is a bit insane. This is, I think, our most highly donated hour ever when it comes to number of donations. So the goal thing, clearly working. But I do want to say thank you to everyone for your generosity. Chris has donated the £2 and says, thanks for all the great content you do. Keep it up. Please do remember to hit the thumbs up on Chris's message as well. I'm going to hit the love because thank you very kindly in spreading that love. Chris, you've hit the second goal, the first day I've ever done any goal. So we'll give it a little while again before we start another one. I don't want to force the situation, but thank you. And I appreciate the generosity of everyone who's donated so far. Thank you, Chris. Patrick says, no one likes Logan Paul. Logan Paul is the Elon Musk of wrestling. Just as Logan glazes Dom constantly, so it's funny that Dom is getting annoyed with him. Does anyone backstage like Logan? Yes. So we spoke about this quite recently during Spoiler Warning. Yes. Logan Paul does have friends in WWE. Mostly they're the conspiracy theorists. AJ Styles really likes him. Really likes him. Kieran says, my wife hates Liv Morgan, can't think why. Alright. Erik says, where's the Logan, Liv and Dom video? It's on TikTok, Erik. It's on TikTok. So far today, we've gained 17 new followers, which, as we get towards that 1,000, pretty damn cool. Interesting, Alan. Waterford, a local team to me, so I'm Blackpool based. There's a football team around here, which has a partnership with Waterford FC and keeps taking all of your players. Always an interesting one. So Alan, I'll answer your question on my side. I'm from Blackpool. Not originally from Blackpool. I'm originally from across in Yorkshire, from a place called Hull, or as I should be saying, a place called Hull. But now I'm in Blackpool. So if anyone does want to say whereabouts they are, it's always a nice little vision into the overall world of how well wrestling brings people together. Roy says, is there going to be any other 2-night PLE? SummerSlam will be 2 nights, and they are working on a 2-night Royal Rumble at some point soon. This interview with Stephanie McMahon is really, really lasting. I don't understand how they are spending so much time on this, that they actually run out of anything else to do. Oh, Erik, are you looking for a link? I can drop a link. I can definitely drop a link. Bear with. I'll grab one for you. That's the wrong page. Here you go, Erik. A link to my TikTok for anyone who does want to check out the TikTok side. Tiffany McMahon talking about bumps and Ronda Rousey. Fair enough. Patrick says, I miss Bronson Reed. I hope he returns soon. Surgery went well. I don't think it'll be too long. Ethan says, no Rey Mysterio, and I'm gutted. Kel says, I can say I won't be as drunk as last year. Took a shot every time a shot was mentioned. I believe last year, actually, you took a shot every time a story was mentioned. Oh, Scouser, I've been in Liverpool quite a bit, Cal, over the years. Ishi says, hello, Tom, hope you're okay. Welcome, Ishi, good to see you, mate. Alan says, I'm not a football fan, but that's mad. Ishi says, 5 full goals, lots of returns this week. Could Wyatt 6 be one of them? You should probably ask Fightful. Or check any of the reporting that I've done over the last couple of weeks. One of them. So this weekend is becoming a Stephanie McMahon vehicle so far, and it's making me nervous. There is a very clear focus on what Stephanie McMahon is up to. It's a little confusing. There's definitely an intention going on there. Kieran's from Yorkshire as well, in the Leeds section. I've been to Leeds before, but only in the centre. And, of course, I've just seen John Cena get gunked. Anyway, I've been to Leeds, but mostly in and around the train station. Ross says, with my dad just now, will join before the main show starts. Bailey out, Becky in? I kind of lean that direction, Ross. You have a good time with your dad, mate. Don't you worry. Ethan says, do you not like Stephanie McMahon? As much as you can like a McMahon. Like, they're all Republicans, and I'm not personally a Republican fan. But I would say, in general, that of the McMahons, she's probably the most sane and calm. Never met her myself. Kel says, really hope Liverpool gets a main show one day. There's been talk about it, nothing's been confirmed. Liverpool as a city needs to make a bid, and that's not really how England works. You know? I appreciate that issue, but you've brought a Fightful report to me saying you don't trust it and then asking me to comment on it. So clearly you do. Roy says, Google said Hull is one of the worst places to live in England, and that's because it is. Google is incredibly accurate with that particular piece of news. Also, horrible place to grow up, and I know because I did. Till my 13th birthday, I got out of that and I never looked back. Billy says, I forgot that this year's WrestleMania will be in daylight for 3 hours. Essentially, only the main event will be dark. Roman Reigns will get the dark entrance, and that'll be pretty much it. I did, Ishii. That's correct. Oh, hang on 1 second, guys. There seems to have been a problem with my live streaming page. And the stream still seems to be live. So I'm just going to find my way back to it. Hopefully, can you guys let me know if you've got any problems seeing the stream at the moment? My software says I'm still live, but there just was a broken page there, actually on the YouTube side. So if there is a problem, please let me know while I try to resolve it. Booting it back up. Says still live, so promising. No problem. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate you. Brilliant. Seems like we just had an issue with the page there. So yeah, all good. Wonderful. Okay, good news. Seems like just a blip of the browser rather than a blip of the stream. Always good news. Thank you very much, guys, for keeping me in check there. Patrick says, John Cena, I still love Vince McMahon. No one cares, Cena. Vince McMahon cares, and that's why he said it. He was supporting his bro. You know, what's up, etc. Kieran says, my 9-year-old daughter asked me before her bedtime if Cena was still being a bad boy. He is a bad boy. You need a slap on the wrist. Blue says, can't believe they teased TLC for Mania and then made it for next week. Did I not tell you that this match needed ladders? Did I not tell you that people were pissed off? Did I not tell you that this match was going to be at WrestleMania and they took it away? Pete says, let's effing go. Chris says, I love Blackpool, love getting a famous £1 burger. Cal says, imagine our new stadium, Everton's or Anfield of a WWE show, the atmosphere off the charts, in my opinion. She says, just seen on X, everyone talking about Fightful, I don't trust them. Here's the thing. Fightful reports something, everyone's talking about it. I report that same thing with details a week beforehand, no one cares. That's where we are. You guys get the inside scoops because you guys are paying attention. It's that simple. Eva says, I'm not sure Stephanie was into politics. She's a registered Republican. So she might not be into it or vocal about it, but she pays for it. Erik says, if he's saying WWE eager to get Liv back in the main title, do you think she's a favourite for Queen of the Ring or Money in the Bank? No, I think she's a favourite to be a challenger for championships directly. Cal says, I think tomorrow could be the end of Cody's reign. We will find out tomorrow. Ishii says, I think Fightful gets the news from you. There's been suggestions of that. Cal's bringing in some clarification, says Fightful didn't report anything. They said the Wyatts will return today, tomorrow, or after Mania. So any time in the present or the future, but not in the past. Interesting. Blue says, I know I predicted TLC on one of your streams back in Jan, and then this. We literally talked about TLC yesterday. It's just horrifying. Patrick says, Nick Khan claims WWE don't bench talent, yet they have a lot of talent currently benched. Yes. Yes, they do. Sid said, if I was a wrestler, my name would be Smokey Joe. My theme song would be Simply the Best by Tina Turner. That's a choice. It's a very interesting choice. Sai says, that's a lot of seats to fill with 10 minutes until showtime. I agree with that, and it's a good spot. It looks like they didn't really let people in early enough. But to be fair, the first 15 minutes or so will be hype packages and America the Beautiful. So I'm not too concerned. There's always a few people who are late. Pete says, I think Fightful gets the news in the back of cereal packets. And Cal says, go and watch Tom's stream from Monday if you want to hear about the Wyatt 6. Tom's the GOAT. Thank you kindly. Moxie, I did just see you pop up from the Twitch side. JJTV, welcome back. Says, acknowledge me. My return to the Colohue gang, a.k.a. it's Moxie. Welcome, Jay. Welcome, Mox. Welcome, whatever you'd be preferred to be referred to as. Been a little while, mate. Good to see you. Cal says, Mania didn't sell out, did it? No, just. The enormously inflated prices, people paid them. We are currently at 41 likes. Please have a check if you've not hit like yet. If you have, thank you very kindly. If you haven't, hit that button. We're trying to get up to 45 to 50 and beyond if we can. Let's do some predictions then, shall we? Because we are very close to the show starting. I'm just going to go through my own video description and just say what I think is going to happen in each match. Now, we open with Gunther versus Jey Uso. I'm torn on this one. I've gone back and forth on it a lot. Jey Uso won the Royal Rumble. He's got a lot of momentum. He could be a future World Heavyweight Champion. Gunther does not have a good record at WrestleMania, and I would love it, if that became a long-term issue for him. That would be hilarious to me if he just can't win at WrestleMania. I am going Jey, which is a mind changed, but I'm not convinced, and I do think Gunther might walk away with this one. The War Raiders defend the championships against the New Day. Because this match is on the card, I suspect New Day will be picking up the win. We did have Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. Now we have Rey Fenix versus El Grande Americano. Because of that, I have Rey Fenix picking up the win, though I do think El Grande Americano will be unmasked and it will not be Chad Gable. There may be a moment at which they go under the ring and get pulled out and it's someone else. Jade Cargill will take on Naomi. Naomi is being built up as a potential heel challenger, but I don't think she's going to pick up a win here. It seems an obvious platform that Jade Cargill will stand on her in order to achieve. So I've got Jade Cargill there. LA Knight defends the United States Championship against Jacob Fatu, and I cannot see a world in which Jacob Fatu does not leave WrestleMania as the United States Champion. Soon to be the third tribal chief. I've reported on that one at length. I have Jacob Fatu defeating LA Knight. LA Knight simply has not been a focus for some time backstage. Tiffany Stratton takes on Charlotte Flair. Interestingly, after a week of reporting that there isn't really any big backstage issue and that backstage heat is all manufactured by WWE, I saw Fightful report today what I've already reported, that there is no backstage heat, that the wrestlers are being professional, and that nothing has changed. I have Tiffany Stratton retaining the championship and Charlotte Flair leaving empty-handed. That leaves us with the main event, and my opinion on the winner here has not changed. I believe Seth Rollins is the third man I should say. I think he will be joining John Cena against Cody Rhodes and alongside The Rock. I think Paul Heyman and everything going on with CM Punk and Roman Reigns is a red herring. That we will see Roman Reigns versus CM Punk in the months to come, whereas Seth Rollins will move on. I definitely see some big changes coming forward. Squid, I want to say very much thank you once again for another generous donation, a $2 donation. Those pre-shows are so boring, give me a match. We're only 7 minutes away, mate. We're only 7 minutes away. Please remember to hit the thumbs up on Squid's donation. Thank you for your continued generosity, Squid. Twice now you're giving donations and I appreciate you for it. Kevin says, your opinion, what match is going to be match of the night? I think match of the night will be the triple threat match. When you've got talents like CM Punk, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, how can it possibly fail? Kieran says, watch that pig, watch Tom Colohue and chat rate. Thank you, Kieran. Gal says, to be fair, only millionaires and billionaires could afford to go to Mania. I can't disagree. A lot of people got those tickets. Jay says, feels like we were just watching Cody finish his story last year. Time flies so much. Dom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Don't forget to hit the like button or we're forwards for you all gas. No breaks. So they can only see Jay winning this. They want the visual of 60,000 people yeeting to start the show on Netflix. Erik said, doesn't Triple H have a really bad Mania record too? Yes, he does. He in particular has always had a terrible Mania record, losing to Undertaker 3 times. 3-0 at WrestleMania, and that's just some of the matches he had. He's not a big winner at WrestleMania. Kieran says, yeah, Tom, that reverse streak you spoke about, there would be a great chink in Gunther's armour. Carl says, I'm going Jey, War Raiders, Rey Fenix, Jade Cargill, Jacob Fatu, Tiffany Stratton, CM Punk. Agreeing with me on 5. Oh, no, because I did go Jey in there. Agreeing with me on 6. CM Punk is a difference. Jay says, Naomi should win because I think they're going to continue this story, which they should because it's the best women's story. Sid says, will Roman be turning heel anytime soon? I find that unlikely myself. Jess says, W's in the chat for Squid. I mean, also a good shout for chat, right? I tell you that. When someone gives a donation, drop some W's. Celebrate them. Celebrate. Good time. Come on. Do. She says, is Rock in Vegas? Seen his IG? He's in Miami. Yeah, he's in Vegas. Joe's predictions are Jey, War Raiders, Rey Fenix, Jade Cargill, LA Knight, Charlotte, and Seth. Cal says, I think Jey turns heel. The Rock is always 20 ahead, and Jey came out number 20 at Rumble. Jey says, it only makes sense now for Seth to join The Rock. Last year we got Roman and Rock versus Cody and Seth. Then Roman betrayed The Rock by teaming with Cody, and Cody betrayed Seth by teaming with Roman. Cal says, will we have terrible rappers like that little guy from last year? I don't think so, but live in colour. Just going to mention their name. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Marcel. Patrick's predictions are Jey, New Day, Rey Fenix, Naomi, Jacob, Fatu, Tiffany, and Seth. One difference from mine. Entertainment says, I'd like Lash and Jakara to show up and cost Jade the match. Join Naomi in a new faction. Jey says, now Seth and Rock join forces with Cena to take down Roman and Cody. How times change. Jess says, why am I most excited for Naomi's gear? I feel like she's going to pull off something cool. Because Naomi always pulls off something cool. It what she do, it what she always do, and it ain't about to change. That's what she does. They have Sai, I believe so. Of course I can, Moxie. Thank you for letting me know what you'd be more comfortable with. I do think I'm kind of working my PC overtime at this point in time. But in a moment, we will no longer be actively watching a YouTube stream in the background. So I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that. And CPU has gone way down. Wonderful. I'm just worried about burning it out. Oh, you were there, of course. Interesting, Squid. I honestly thought that was Bubba Ray Dudley. Genuinely thought it was. Good. Oh. Dom. I nearly did a swear there. That. Are you sure? You don't have to. Jesus Christ. That is a $50 donation from Dom. The single largest donation anyone has ever made to this channel. Jesus. You are an incredibly generous man, Dom. Thank you very kindly for that. I will probably say that many times over the course of this show. That is a huge donation. And that is a lot of cherry coke, Chris. You're right. Oh, it's Jelly Roll. Jesus. Thank you to everyone who is, of course, leaving likes on Dom's donation. That's 13 likes. I'm not gonna lie, it's knocked me for 6 slightly. So I will regather myself while I'm setting up the Netflix side of the show. Thank you. That's all I can really say. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so WrestleMania starts in 3, 2, 1. So I need to unplug this from here and plug it in here. And I should then be able to hear it. I can hear it. Okay, we're all good. That can go over there. That doesn't need to be turned up. I can close that. And that should bring the CPU down further. That briefly went up to 40%. Wait, 40%? What are you doing 40% for? Bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down. Thank you. Thank you. I'm still a little knocked for 6, I've got to be honest. Thank you again. Thank you. Right. Jess says, I'm just wondering how many caution-themed gears you can have without it being repetitive. Fair. Cal says, by Star Wars films, I mean... Oh, what a day. Spent all day watching the Star Wars films, now the watch-alongs and Mania. By Star Wars films, I mean 1 to 6. The Disney films are an abomination. I liked the first attempt, but it was basically A New Hope. And I really liked Rogue One. I genuinely liked Rogue One. Beyond that, they get messy. Just as nice call, I'm a massive fan of Star Wars, mostly all this week. I've been watching WrestleMania marathons. And then there's a whole lot of love for Dom, and I appreciate all of you sharing that love. Thank you very much. Moxie says, holy Tom, you're at 10k subs basically, congrats. Remember you were grinding at 200? You do indeed. Years ago, striving to make it, now you have 9.9k. Inspiration to me and everyone, thank you. That's very generous, Moxie. I appreciate you saying that. I very much appreciate you saying that. Paul Heyman has the biggest tan I've ever seen in my life. And he's introducing CM Punk. But yeah, it's very nice to say, Moxie. I appreciate you. P says, pity YouTube will take their cut. Actually, no. Donations, they don't. They take it in ads revenue and the like, but donations, that's a $50 donation, and that $50 donation will go straight to me. So, they really don't. Cal says, Tom now only needs 150 trillion to get a ticket at Mania tomorrow. Sai wants to change the song to God Help America. Alan says, here we go. Billy's loins are tingling with excitement. Kieran says, Tom, you're a top bloke. That 50 is more than deserved, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to do a quick refresh of my browser because that 40% CPU is not quite gone away as I would like, and I'm just going to quickly refresh it and then come back to it once that's dropped significantly. 23, 21, still 23. What is happening here? Yeah, something's kicking off. I'm just going to have a quick check, see if anything's open that shouldn't be. Why is Skype open? Why is Teams open? Why is Steam open? These are all the things I usually do before a stream. You go away. You go away. You go away. You go away. And I'm going to restart you. Okay, down to the 20s. Down into the 10s. 18%. Lovely. Okay, big improvement immediately. I'm just a little nervous. I've had this PC for a while and it's done me very good. But also, you know, thing be gas guzzling. We are officially starting WrestleMania. Officially. The high package is going to be quite heavily focused on John Cena, as you can already tell, I'm sure. Okay, we are back set up. I do feel that Jey Uso's been kind of lost in the shuffle here. He's a Royal Rumble winner. Royal Rumble winner and undoubtedly one of the bigger names in the industry right now. Sells a hell of a lot of merch. And yet he's somewhat forgotten in the shuffle. He'll be in and out in no time. Though I will say that in and out position is also historically, a position occupied by a Seth Rollins. So nice that Seth's getting the opportunity in the main event now. Thank you, Erik, by the way, for following on TikTok. Always appreciate that. We are now up to 916, meaning I've gained 18 followers today. Always nice. Always nice. Billy says, the camera in the crowd was where I sat for SummerSlam for $230. $230. Those were $1,700 for WrestleMania. Jesus Christ. That is unnecessary. Unnecessary. Jess says, what's Roman listening to on his AirPods? He's very religious. That's all I'll say. Cal says, Rogue One is cool because Vader is a cool man. Kieran says, a Travis Scott song makes me want to gouge my eyes out of a spinner belt. Can't blame you. Jess agrees that Heyman's tan is crazy tonight. Dom says, who do you all think was going to have the best entrance tonight? I'd imagine Punk's going to have what goes down as the best one, but I imagine Roman's going to have the actual best one, you know? Joe says, Dom, I think Jey will have a good entrance tonight. Dom himself says Seth. Kieran also just clocked Heyman's tan. Joe says, Tom, we can now say happy WrestleMania weekend. You're an absolute legend. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate you. Kieran says, Tom, lend me that £50. My phone is typing all sorts of nonsense. Erik says, after what Gunther did to Jimmy, this match should have been tribal combat or bloodline rules. You cannot tribal combat if you don't have Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns technically is currently the tribal chief until he is defeated by Jacob Fatu. And yes, there are plans that would result in Roman Reigns being beaten for the tribal chiefdom by Jacob Fatu. Ross has arrived. Welcome, Ross. Cal says, can't wait for Cody to do his finisher on Travis tomorrow, just for certain journalists to say Cody tried to kill Travis for real due to the real heat. Yeah. People make up a whole lot of shit. Triple H is in the ring. He does like to open the big shows nowadays. Although I have not heard that he likes to open the big show. That would be a very different thing and not something I personally would support. Pete suggests maybe Extreme Rules. I do like that they're playing Triple H's music when Triple H is already in the ring. Awkward. Jay says, Gunther better proceed with caution after messing with Big Jim. Jim's a big man. Interestingly, Cal says Triple H is a bold, shiny man. Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Jess says, I should have known this would start off with Triple H joking his peppers. I think we all know what she was intending to say there. I can indeed tell, Cal. Martin, welcome, mate. Says, hey, Tom and chat. Sorry, I'm driving. We'll be fully on in 30 minutes, mate. Hope all is well. All is indeed well, mate. We'll look forward to seeing you shortly. Kieran says, my word, the set is amazing. I'll say that. And Blue says, I'd have more time for matches if not for stuff like this. They don't want more time for matches. They don't want more time for matches. They're trying to avoid wrestling fatigue, essentially. It's why Triple H likes his whole half-hour block business. Netflix have got their quality right, I tell you. Okay. Triple H announces, welcome to WrestleMania. The pyro goes. Nick Khan is in the front row just on his phone. Just on his phone. He's playing Snake. I'm ashamed for that one. That's not even a joke. That's not even an observation. That's just dumb. Snake. Issue, I'm not going to bust the snacks out just yet. You wait. You wait. Cal says fireworks of inflation has broke the WWE financially there. What? I genuinely thought for a moment that was Jey Uso. Okay. This is not what I was expecting. I'm not going to say I hate it because I don't really understand what's happening. This is how we introduced Jey Uso. I mean, there's flags. I'll take the flags. If we'd only had the flags, I reckon it probably would have been better. Very weird intro. I mean, we expected Jay to have a good one. There's flags. The crowd be popping, the crowd be eating. And I'm sure the WWE made plenty of money from Fatal Fury there. For about a minute of work. There are cheerleaders. One of them just whacked someone with a pom-pom. This is going brilliantly. Erik says, Tom, you look so real for AI. So do the cheerleaders. AI's really come on a lot for WWE. You remember they used to have like the giant Asuka and the giant Roman, and it didn't look real. Nowadays you got the like AI cheerleaders in there, and they look almost convincing. As always with AI, you can always tell because they're just too attractive. Whenever you've watched Game of Thrones, does anyone watch Game of Thrones? Do you know Jaime Lannister? AI. Entirely AI character. Nobody is that attractive. Nobody's that attractive. Just not real. Ross says, Jey, this is predictions. Jey, Rey Fenix to beat El Grande. Jade, but wants Naomi to win. Becky and Lyra to beat Liv and Raquel. LA Knight to win. Solo. Are you suggesting that Solo will be the one to take on Randy? Just as crazy that I can say bold in YouTube chat. TikTok always flags it and blocks my comment. Interesting. Dom says that's one hell of a stage. I quite like it. It's big. It's tall. Moxie says this whole arena and stage reminds me of WrestleMania 39. Ross says Solo costing Tiff to beat Charlotte, Seth to win third match. Got it. Okay, I'm with it. Carl's a bit confused. Jess says it is in fact just him, Oos. True, but he's supposed to be doing it for Big Jim. It's not just him anymore. Are the cheerleaders anywhere near Jey? Or are they just down a ramp for no reason? Yeah, they're not there. They're not there. Blue says, I already have fatigue for whatever this is. This is Saudi stuff, Tom. Yeah. Cal says, how long is this ramp? Just long enough to take forever. Roman's going to take a long time to walk down to this ring. Kieran says, cheerleaders, Tom, just go over. Cal says, the fan has been hit with a solid steel pom-pom. They're very well practiced. They know how to continue smiling even while the entire world falls around them. Joan is awful. Cal representing Game of Thrones fans. He's just too attractive. I've told you. You get what I mean. You get it. Aaron welcome says, hey Tom and chat, excited to watch. Welcome, Aaron. And Jess says, Jey gets winded from doing his entrance for Raw. He's going to be blown up walking down all these stairs. Thank you very much, Pete. Renewing your position as channel supporter for a 26th month. This is very close to being the highest donated show we've ever done. Funnily enough, it was last year's WrestleMania, which was the highest rated. But the gap is very small. I'll make another goal and we'll see what we can do. Squid says, I can't play the shot game where you take a shot when Tom says more on that shortly. No, that unfortunately is a spoiler warning game only. Ishii suggests Rusev versus Randy. Rusev is in the building. Cal says it's the longest ramp ever. Imagine running that, you die. I know I'd get halfway and die. I'm getting older. I used to be able to run that. No, I didn't. Dom just says it's a long walk down the stairs. Jay says stop. Roman is going to take a solid 12 minutes at least. He has in fact replaced The Undertaker. Ross yeets. Aaron, my drink of choice. I think everyone knows at this point I'm a cherry Coke man. I like what I like. What's everyone else drinking? Cal says if Gunther wins and Jimmy died for nothing. Also says I love how Jay's just yeeting and dancing while Big Jimmy's in hospital. Yeah, you don't care much. You don't care much. Kieran says literal Saudi stuff. Hate it. Is he enjoying WrestleMania? Because he doesn't seem to have a very happy face. Didn't love that. Kieran says Jamie Lannister is a Leeds fan in real life, can't be a bad bloke. What do you mean in real life? Like I've just explained this. He's AI generated. Nobody is that attractive. You're trying, Cal. You're trying. So he says Michael Cole is blown up. What's he thinking? He loses his voice every Mania and he's gassed. Tomorrow is going to be difficult for him. Ross says vodka Pepsi Max. Fancy. Moxie quite rightly points out we got no national anthem. No, they want a slightly different thing. Probably because America's a bit of a dumpster fire right now. Cal's having Pepsi Max and some whiskey. Living it up. Started doing an L there. I don't know why I started doing an L, and I didn't know where I was going. So I went with living it up once I had time to think about it. Firefighter Jones says, Jey Uso will be World Heavyweight Champion. We are about to find out. Moxie's drinking apple juice. And Jess says, a big Gunther fan, I guess. Jay's grills of gold equals he's winning. The man is made of gold. On a journey of gold. On an adventure. Carl says, if Gunther wins and millions of kids have had their dreams crushed, and he would be okay with that. If anything, he'd be absolutely fine with it. No problem whatsoever. Ross says, quite rightly, very international crowd. We achieved our second goal, and King then some. So, once again, massive thank you to everyone who's donated, to Sai, to Squid, to Chris, and of course to Dom. I'm going to set another goal, built on top of the last one. Same thing, 1 super chat, £2, 1 hour timer, big all watch party. Because I already do Q&As, and that's what it suggests, is like, hey, you should do Q&As and that can be a reward. That's what spoiler warning is. Cal says Gunther is the definition of aura. Blue says, weird WWE delayed Mania this late into April, clashing with the opening weekend of the NBA and NHL playoffs and Easter. Yeah, they made a number of choices, most of which I'm very confused by. They don't make much sense to me. But they made them. Gunther's entrance, by comparison, quite tame. The World Heavyweight Championship has been not so much demoted as forgotten about. I think Jey and Gunther did well with what they've had, but they've just had too long. The actual gap between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania this year was catastrophic for them. Trying to build towards a match for about 10 weeks, that can't have been easy. It just can't have been. So I give them credit for what they have been able to achieve. But unfortunately, it's lost a lot of spark for me. And it's meant that the championship has as well. Hopefully the match delivers. Gunther matches tend to deliver, of course. I also like that we've all got used to calling him Gunther now instead of Volta, even though I'm still not used to that. Stop flexing your tits, calm it down. And we'll see what they manage to do with it. Honestly, I'm excited by the match in general. Carl says, Giovanni Vinci comes back, cost Gunther, joking in all seriousness, he got that before Triple H buried treatment. Ross says, the atmosphere at Stand and Deliver sounded impressive, enjoyed the show. Carl says, Alicia Taylor's hair is absolutely phenomenal. We have hit our third goal. Thank you very kindly, Pete. A generous donation from yourself as well. I'm going to send a little love heart too. Please do remember to hit the thumbs up for Pete, who has donated the £2 we have had for our goal. Brilliant, Pete. Thank you very kindly. Real variety as well from you guys today. It's not one or two people, though Dom, naturally, huge donation, and thank you once again for it. It is a lot of variation in the people donating, and I'm very, very grateful to all of you for the continued generosity. It's a lot of fun. It makes me feel very valued. I appreciate it. The bell has rung. Now, I know in these watch parties, typically during a match, we go a little more quiet. Because people are watching. People are enjoying. People are focused elsewhere. So these are the moments I tend to focus on a multitude of things. One, I also want to watch the match. I'm interested when it comes to the safe security guys where they're stood in the middle of the stairs instead of at the bottom like normal. Who are they protecting? Who are they guarding? What's gone wrong there? I'm very intrigued. Something's going on. But also these are moments when I'll be focusing on areas like TikTok, Blue Sky and the like to see what we can make happen there as well. So please do enjoy the match and let me know your thoughts as and when something good happens. Let me know you like it. Mike Brand says, let's go Gunther, a real champion. What are you saying about Cody there, Mike? Jess says, Gunther looks like he smells nice. I'm trying to remember what he smells like. I think a lack of smell is also a nice smell. Blue says, I mentioned it in Feb that the delay to Mania was going to hurt a lot of build. Jey Gunther got the worst because they started it right after the Rumble. I would agree with that completely. Cal says, did you see Triple H say NXT Europe is still a thing? Bro is telling lies. I kind of agree. It's not working out. Ross says, good choice to start. Blue says, why would he pick Gunther? Because the other guy beat Gunther. Yeah, also, to be fair, they're buddies. Boss man B. Thank you, P. Squid has also given a donation, a $2 donation. Says, tell Gunther Speedos should be banned. I can't, because he'll chop me. And once he chops me, I probably won't survive. So I'd love to have that conversation, but also I'm terrified to ever have that conversation. And I'm not going to risk it, mate. I'm not going to risk it. I appreciate the donation. I realise you intended that donation as a way of payment for doing something. I can't. And if you want it back, absolutely, I completely understand. But I am not risking my life to say that. It's what it would be. Cal says, call me crazy. Gunther ends his career as a top 5 GOAT. The man's barely getting started. There's lots of time. Blue says, WWE wrestlers needing to do their full entrances for blood feuds is very funny. I mean, there was literally blood. Sai says, has Jey legit hurt himself yeeting? I think he might. Which, can I just say, would be hilarious. He's holding that arm, isn't he? Cal says, there is not enough money in the world for me to take a Gunther chop. Thank you, Jess, as well, for dropping a W in the chat for Squid. It's why I do feel it's very important that we recognise those that do donate. I never ask a donation of anyone. I never say, you need to do this, you need to do that. If you would like to, that is an option, and I would appreciate it. If not, that is also cool. Please do recognise those that do. Cal also asking if Jay's hurt himself yeeting. Interesting. Oh. No sign of Jimmy as of yet. I do think we will see Jimmy in some way involved in this match. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I'm sure it looks like something. Cal says, imagine Jay wins but has to vacate the belt. Reason equal yeeting. It'd be very Finn Balor of him. But I do think he's selling it. I think he's trying to sell a previous beating from Gunther to make his attacks a bit less forceful. Jess not loving the new ref shirts. Can't blame her. I also don't love the coloured ring. I miss the white ring. But I get why they changed it. They couldn't see all the advertising. And as we all know, the advertising is by far the most important thing. By far. Okay. Okay, so we're talking finishers. As we know, Gunther doesn't really have a finisher. Kind of an important part of his overall character. Cal says, I don't see it happening, but if Jimmy turns on Jay, end the WWE forever. You say you can't see it happening. It's happened. It's happened many times. It's happened so many times that I've lost count and got bored. Blue says, which match would you be most happy to be wrong about your pick for? Probably this one, to be honest. I've ended up going with Jay, but for a long time I definitely thought Gunther. Tom just says, Gunther chops are just vicious. Yeah. They're not as recognised as they were. I think he's toned them down, and I think maybe he's done them too much and too often. So they're not quite the devastating impact that they have been at times. They're still going to fucking hurt. You know? They're still going to hurt. Drew McIntyre has posted on Twitter, he's been yeeting for 2 hours. 2 hours? Feels like forever. I have to ask questions of Jay's spear. Roman's got a great spear. Braun Breaker's got a great spear. There are people who do great spears. Jey Uso, not one of them. Not one of them at all. In fact, I would argue that Jey's spear is actually potentially even worse than Edge's spear. And Edge's spear is the yardstick of terrible spears. The man just doesn't do damage to anyone. I don't even know what you're trying with some of these moves. I get that you reach a certain level and you have to have some level of finisher. Gunther's got 3, maybe do a bit of copy in there. But he jumps into someone and then falls down, and that's kind of his thing. There's just no power behind it. Blue says, same. Ross says, is a finisher not a powerbomb? No, Gunther finishes matches in a number of different ways. The powerbomb is one of them. There is a clothesline finish that he likes to do. There is a splash finish that he does. There is a sleeper, which he has used to finish people off as well. And then briefly, he had, I don't know how to describe it, but he did have a finisher under Vince. That was a slow release superplex. That was nice. Wow, guys. Cal says, imagine Gunther just squashes Jey. I mean, he seems to be doing now. Sexy pin. With the Rhea Ripley sexy pin. How dare you? Just saying Gunther couldn't even put his knees away for WrestleMania. Just not a fan of knees. Kevin says, the only match I worry, SmackDown Women's Championship match. Can both women deliver good to great match or disappoint match? Cal says, Jey Spear. Very bizarre. Ross says, what will generate more heat? A Dom IC title win or Cena 17 win? I reckon Dominic could out-heel Cena. Yeah, I'm confident with that. Dominic Mysterio could be a better heel than Cena. Don't question it for a second. No. Cal says Jey Spear is more of a crossbody. And Gunther is a man of style. Martin, welcome to the show. You did say you'd be here, and here you are. Another very generous donation. £20. Thank you very kindly. Trying to hit that's the button I was going for. Says, massive thank you for all your hard work. Sorry been away. Currently trying to build channel to go full time. Thank you. You could potentially go full time. I'm excited by the concept and I hope you make it, mate. I've seen some of your recent posts. And I know that there are some awkwardnesses when it comes to that. But I think, unfortunately, that is an element of success. You are succeeding at the moment. And as usually with success, you get some haters. I'm glad to know you're good. Thank you very much for dropping in and the very generous donation. This is officially the highest number and the highest variety of donations we've ever had during a watch party. And Gunther is going to celebrate that by getting off. He's leaving. He's grabbing his ball and he's going home. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate you. Welcome to the show, and I hope you can sit down and just enjoy WrestleMania now. The referee had to... That's clever. That is clever. Gunther going for the splash. Now, he's beaten people with the splash before, which is going to make this a really good false finish. Crowd really into it. It was a really good false finish. Warming up for the sleeper now, I'm guessing. Warming up for the sleeper. A sleeper that he's beaten people with before, which is going to make this, you guessed it, a really good false finish. I was wondering what I was caught on. It's a wire. I'm just going to move that wire over there so I can roll again. Cal says, by the way, how incredible was Cody changing the crowd from boos to cheers? Yeah. That was very impressive. I was really happy with how he did that. Yes, that's it, Blue. Thank you. Going to use Masawa's Emerald Flosion for a while. Erik says, how many super kicks from Jade do you think tonight? 7. 7. Count them. I'm interested to know if I got this right. 7. I'm watching on Netflix and the subtitles have just kicked in. We're 30 minutes into the show and the subtitles have just started. Also, Jey Uso has some real serious bruises. Blue says, Jimmy going to stop him? Jimmy could get involved. But apparently he's in the hospital, so it's not guaranteed. So he says, Jey is definitely carrying an injury. Ref checking on him after every spot, even when Gunther is taking the bump. There's a couple of particular bruises that don't look new. And when you see, for example, Jey struggling to lift an arm, and there is a pretty serious bruise on about his rib cage, I think it might be a rib injury. Oh, it's not quite on the rib cage, it's a bit lower down. Cal says WWE refs are blind. To be fair, Jey did basically try and attack him. I'd dodge out of the way too. Part of the territory, unfortunately, Martin. You know I get it too. Jess thinks Big Gunther has got it. Gunt is a phrase. Cal says, I do think the crowd will be 50-50 in terms of Cena and Cody tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Gunther maintaining wrist control. It's been an okay start. There's been a couple of good moments, a couple of good false finishes. Kieran says, my word, Gunther is so good, he'd be over in any era. Yeah. His Intercontinental Championship run was a brilliant start. His current win-loss record, if anything, the loss to Sami Zayn really quite helped him. Maintained focus, you know? I understand what you're saying, Cal. A little bit of wrist control goes a long way. That's the clothesline he sometimes finishes people off with. Jey's just not taking it. That looks like it hurts. We're going strong style here. That was a bad slap. Yeah, you're not wrong, Si. The ref is checking on him every single bump. He is in pain. Gunther's going for the sleeper again. You often see a German suplex from a Samoan. Ichi says, which night do you think will deliver, Tom? Both. I think both will deliver. Cal says, do you think we'll get Gunther versus Cena on this run? No, they're both heels. I don't see it. Just don't be tempting me with a good time. Ross says, I don't mind his NXT UK stuff as well as Volta. There is no bad wrestling from Volta. There's none. He never has an off day. He never has a bad day. He never has a bad moment. The man is always switched on. He is always turned on. And for me, that's all you need to be a great wrestler. Just always be turned on. Jey did not quite manage to lift his man for the powerbomb, but well done, Gunther, in making that one happen. I gotta say, super kick, Jey's being carried here. I'd imagine it's probably because he does seem to be carrying an injury, but Jey is being carried here. Super kick, 2. I think that's the third spear. Still bad. Cal says, I say 3 best wrestlers in the world are Will Ospreay, Gunther and Adam Cole. Blue says Gunther is wrestling himself. I wouldn't go that far. But Jey is definitely being carried a little here. Still going for the splashes. On the back. Anything? I mean, no attempt for a pin so far. He's using all of Gunther's moves. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind that the match, it was a decent match. Gunther tapped out to his own sleeper after being hit with his own clothesline, his own splash, and his own powerbomb. Gunther wrestled himself. So we get the image, we get the yeeting. Again, the match was okay. Both of them can do better, and I suspect will in future. I don't think Jay's okay. I think that's it, Survivor Series. There's a lot going on here, and I don't feel that was the best they can do. But there was nothing bad about it. There was some good moments, a couple of very good false finishes. And I was a little surprised by the finish. If I'm giving the match a rating, I would go for a 6.5. I can see a couple of 6s, a couple of 7s, a couple of 6.5s. I think that's about right. It was above average. I would see it being good on any other PLE. I don't necessarily see it as being a WrestleMania-worthy event. Cool. I think I'm happy with that. Ishii is saying, why so many injuries during WrestleMania? Because they're working people so hard. Pete says, wow. Cal says, oh my God. Jess says, I didn't expect that finish at all. Kieran says, he tapped. Bizarre. Pete gives it a 6 out of 10. Bailey says the tap out is a little lame. Kieran says he should have just ended with the splashes. Bailey gives it a 5. Dom says Gunther taps out is a head scratcher and gives it a 6. Sai gives it a 6.5 for a good show opener. Jay not 100%. The finish was out of nowhere. Not a bad thing. Jess says at least he didn't get pinned after a spear. I'll take it. Kieran gives it a 3 out of 5, which is essentially a 6. Sorry guys, I've just got to reload the page again. It's dropping out a little bit. I'd imagine because it's just a bit overloaded. I would much rather we manage to keep the stream going than the page which tells me what the stream is doing. Yeah, so I'm not alone in that. I saw Survivor Series War Games there. Jim is here, and that means Jay got a clean win, which is always good. Blue says they use the Ilya finish. It was much better there than here. Cal says, I think Jay's injured. You know, I sense a vacate tomorrow. If so, they probably wouldn't have let him have the match. He's struggling to stand up now. Jordan says, tapped out really quick. 6 out of 10. Congrats to Jay. Gunther, top class. Ross says 7, but the finish might be how Jay is. So I says, Jay's shoulders were on the mat for that finish. Just saying. Entertainment says, that was a bad ending because he tapped quick. 6 out of 10. Man says, you're right, Tom. Gunther is doing an Undertaker in reverse. He's going to be, historically, one of the worst WrestleMania performers in history, and I love it. Love it. Blue gives it a 5. Cal says, where to be Gunther? Just challenge him at Mania. Literally, challenge him at Mania. He has no chance. No chance whatsoever of picking up a win. Let's see what we've got that we can share, shall we? They even shout outs to Rikishi now. That's a choice. I mean, the man basically undermines everything you do, but sure, fine. Yeah, you go off. You go ahead. And he goes back the way he came, through the crowd. Jess says Rikishi is twerking right now. Cal says they couldn't get Rikishi free tickets. He had to pay, and that's why he didn't turn up. Oh, God, stop yeeting. You're going too far. Relax. Who are you? And get out of the shot. Thank you. I don't think security stopped her. I think she stopped herself. And it's the right move. Walk away. Kieran, not a fan of McAfee. So it says they're not getting their 60,000 people yeeting. They're all on their damn phones. That's the world right now. They're all either on their phones recording or on their phones telling friends that they're there. They're witnessing it. Cal says security is not a thing. Well, when you walk through the crowd, it's not going to be. Blue didn't love it. Says it's going to be a long first night. Won't be that long. Twitter is still basically just talking about the AAA deal. I'm sure they'll catch up eventually. Ooh, what are we advertising here? Oh, the shop. Okay, you had me interested. The music was musicking. That's frustrating. Blue says 40 minutes in and only one match. Very long night. Nope, normal. It's always the 30-minute blocks, but the first 10 minutes of WrestleMania is usually taken up by hype packages and intros and so on and so forth. So it goes over a little bit in the first half-hour block, and then it will settle down by about the third. I wouldn't worry. It's going to be a 4-hour event either way. Both of them are. It's an 8-hour WrestleMania. We know who's coming in. Okay. Haven't tried it, Si. Haven't played a 2K since, I want to say 17? I think 17. So, you know, while back. Rick Rubin. Who's that? He stood up, he sat down, he stood up again. And away we go. That didn't go great. Chris Angel? No, don't know that one either. It's probably because I'm not American. I probably would know these people. And to be clear, not mocking, just not sure. I've heard of George Kittle. Did you? Oh no, you're okay. Well done. Well done. You drank a beer. That's an achievement. Sure. He drank a beer. This is the high quality watch party content you come here for, isn't it? To watch a man drink a beer. Si says no Kid Rock. That wasn't him just drinking a beer. Looked exactly the same. Blue says Roman, Seth and Punk's entrances will have their own half-an-hour block. Pete says here we go with stars we don't know. Kel says, I've heard this song more times than anything. Music producer, thank you, Kieran. Jess says, all those empty seats for the celebrities who were invited. Cal's heard of a kettle. That's good. That's good. That's good. We're getting a recap of one of the most heartbreaking segments WWE has ever done. The New Day turning their back on Big E. You can literally see the crowd hating every second of it. Des says Punk is going to come out in a giant Larry animatronic. Don't tempt the man. He likes his dog. So he says, no, we come here to watch a man talking about wrestling. Oh, no, we come here to watch a man talking about watching a man drinking a beer, which is fair and not something I considered. We watch parties to watch people react to things. Apparently, I'm interesting enough for 26 people who are currently here to care about my reactions to wrestling. Y'all are insane. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying, y'all are insane. So it says, does Big E get a spot in this match? I find it unlikely because he's still not cleared. And he doesn't know if he's ever going to be cleared, so... He just wants to be involved at this point, but we'll see how it goes. Cal says, still can't believe they gave us this match at Mania. Yeah, the New Day. They're not what they were. They're not what they were. Just as Kofi saying, so what gets me mad to this day. And Erik says, congratulations to Jey Uso. Well deserving, Squid, with another very generous donation. Your third, I believe that is, Squid. Thank you very kindly for it. A $2 donation says 5 out of 10. Weird finish. Expected result. Average match. About right. I would agree with that. I would very much agree with that assessment. Thank you very kindly for another generous donation. Going to click that love heart. And thank you to everyone who's already given Squid the thumbs up. Ross says the match next that shouldn't be on the card instead of the SmackDown division. We could have had a TLC match. We could have had a TLC match. Street Profits, DIY, Motor City Machine Guns, Pretty Deadly. We could have had everyone. We could have had Gaza. We could have had Humberto Carrillo. We could have had a party. Could have had a party. Thank you very much, Squid. Pete says, bet I'm the only one getting paid at work to watch this. I mean, I literally get paid by the ad revenue that I make from these shows. So, like, because of the generosity of people like yourself, Pete, who made the donation, you're not the only one. Feels really weird saying it. Blue says, the New Day started hot, but then the company leaned into the joke as opposing to making them vicious. Ruined the whole thing. And as regards to Jey Uso match, Cal says the finish was unbelievably odd. I'd imagine while this video is happening right now, the New Day are basically just in tears with the Usos. That the respect between those two teams is utterly incredible. I can't support different music for the New Day. I just can't do it. We all know their music, and this ain't it. This ain't it. Alan says New Day will win to do a heel run with the tag championships. Ross says I just don't care about this match unless they're going to produce something surprising. And Cal says this song is dreadful. The quality of the match should be good. Both teams are very good. Both teams have an opportunity to really make something of it. The match itself should be really good. I'm just not excited about it. Just says there's something unbelievably horrific, terrifying and disgusting about mustacheless Kofi. Yeah. Yeah, he's just... Yeah. Also, Xavier Woods showing his tongue off. I'm not there for it. It's scary. It's scary. It's very scary. Stop playing with children. I feel like I've done him a disservice by using that phrase. Cal says, only thing I care about is if Big E is involved. So he says, do you think the other stadium shows have taken a little away from the WrestleMania spectacle? Arguably, yes. We are seeing wrestling on this grander stage quite often now, as opposed to when WrestleMania first started. But what I would say is that WrestleMania is still WrestleMania. Even though sometimes it doesn't feel like it. I would argue that so far, it doesn't feel like it. But by the end of the show, I'm sure it will. Ross says, some of the WWE music just now is dreadful. Nothing beats Ass Man. He was an ass man. He was an ass man. Yow. He loved to love him. He loved to kick him. He loved to shove him. He loved to stick him. Classic. Cal says even the crowds are not asked. Joey's here, say Tom. Welcome, Joey. Jess says I can't get over all of these empty seats in the front sections. What's going on? People don't care. People just don't care. Joey says if Big E doesn't get involved, I feel like this match is a waste. I'm not sure how that would play out. Big E's still not cleared. He could potentially provide some level of distraction, but I kind of expect New Day to walk away with the gold here, so that doesn't really work for me. Brother. Kieran, he said stick 'em. Blue says, impressive recall there, Tom. I was 10 years old. I'm always going to remember that. The War Raiders wearing gear that looked like it's been 3D printed. Bit plasticky. Not great. I get what they're going for. It's a bit Labyrinth. Anyone seen Labyrinth? They take a cannonball out of the cannon. It's wearing a little hat. And that's what I think when I look at Ivar now. Do you remember when they had Valhalla? Does anyone miss her? Cal says the screams of one of the celebrity people hitting Kofi or Xavier. Sai says a unicorn skeleton on their gear is dark. Oh, and Pete says Wood's gone for announcer haircut. Don't know what you're going for there. Cal says what in the Home Bargains Halloween costume set is that? I like it. Jess says the War Raider gear looks goofy. Says 9-year-old me at Halloween. Sai is saying they look like action figures. Ross says nothing wrong with the guys in the match. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Just, I think they've tried to go for something with the gear and it's not quite worked out. Kieran says, I've seen Labyrinth. David Bowie's codpiece still haunts me to this day. And so it should. Aaron suggests Clash of Clans sponsored gear. Which I think is, yeah, I mean, if they can get paid for it, why not? Jess says, you cannot tell me this was the gear they planned. Their gear must have not been finished. And yet right now, they're advertising Clash of Clans. So I think, yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's intentionally goofy. Pete says, time for coffee. We've got to stay awake somehow. We can't be like everyone who went to the Hall of Fame and basically just fell asleep in the background. Joey says they look like How to Train Your Dragon characters. Alan says, where did she go? To have another baby. Ross says Cole missed the antlers. Maybe intentionally. Maybe he just didn't want to. Sai says have to set the stage and set look amazing and gonna look better as it gets dark. I'm definitely waiting for when it does get dark. For me, a large part of WrestleMania is the darkness. Sounds weird, but when you think of like WrestleMania 9, open top stadium, show getting darker as it goes on, that for me, that's WrestleMania. Joey says the TLC match would have been better for Mania. I agree. And I understand why many on SmackDown are pissed off by the whole situation. Cal says, why spend a year rebuilding SmackDown's tag division, bringing in Motor City Machine Guns, have 4 or 5 teams, not have them on Mania? It's just so odd. They really did a great job rebuilding that tag division as well. Oh, check. Good sell. I genuinely thought he'd been crushed there. I genuinely thought he wasn't okay. In fact, Ivar did a great job. He really cushioned. I think he actually pivoted out. Well done him. Kieran says they were the Viking Raiders, changed to the War Raiders, and come out dressed as Vikings. Yes. Also, you forgot that they were briefly the Viking Experience. We don't talk about that. Cal, that's a real weird thing to say. Just as they have to move the Hall of Fame, Booker T is too old to be needing to stay up that late. The man needs his naps. If he doesn't have enough regular naps, he doesn't have enough energy for his main snooze. Tom says, why does Erik scream after every move he does? That's something they do in NXT. Do you remember Becky Lynch and the whole straight fire thing where she just screamed for a bit, then run into the corner? It's something they're taught to do in NXT because it's a small crowd. Hey, if you do this, the crowd will start cheering. Carmella used to do it too. She'd just spin around and scream in the middle of the ring. It's something they're taught in NXT. Oh, I love that camera work. Ross says the stadium looks incredible. I might try and get a tour when I'm there in June. Blue says you could argue most of the SmackDown teams aren't over, but how do you get them over? Mania TLC would really help. Erin says if only DIY running at some point during Mania with the titles they stole. Henry, Randy versus Brock would be insane. It's also not happening. Brock Lesnar, not there, not invited, not wanted. Cal says the crowd is seriously not interested. Welcome, Ryan. Joey says are the War Raiders going to become vampires next? The War Drainers? The War Debaters. The War Collators? They do a lot of math. I don't know. Alan says, do you think this will go the full 30 minutes? I'm bored already. No, matches don't go 30 minutes unless they're main events. I reckon it'll go about 12, 13. Thank you, Ryan, for dropping your predictions. Rickan says, did Bayley know for a while she's being replaced? Or was this a last second change? It was not a last second change. Pete says, apparently the War Raiders from Temu didn't arrive on time. And Joey's asking for my thoughts on AAA being bought out. Not too surprised by it. The WWE been in negotiations with a few different areas for a while. They're in negotiations with New Japan. They're in negotiations with AAA. The Rock has been heavily involved in them. It allows them a new platform on which they can get their luchadors over, as it were. When they were so desperate to bring in Penta and Rey Fenix, with this in mind, it doesn't surprise me. Didn't know it was coming. And I am seeing people trying to say, oh, well, I obviously knew because of this. I obviously knew because of this. They didn't know. This wasn't leaked by anyone. Nobody knew. It's good. Jess says, I really wish DIY was booked now. Did everyone see Ciampa had to shave his beard? Yeah, he looks so weird. Cal says, have you seen Alexa's getting more merch? Pardon me, released? You can now buy her Friends Forever jacket. Rickan says, is Finn turning face or Dom? Which one is being kicked out of Judgment Day? I would see Finn Balor turning face. Because he's sweet. Blue says, could they buy New Japan? New Japan, to my knowledge, is not willing to sell to WWE. Joey says, Vikingo going to be in WWE now? No, but he's going to be available to them. I really don't think there's going to be that much movement between the rosters, and they have bought out the management structure. So there won't be that much notable change. Joey says, it feels like you kind of teased it on Friday when you talked about the Mexico show. That was not my intention. I'm happy to put my hands up and say I did not know this. But I did know that there were negotiations about the Mexico show, which is why I spoke about it. Cal says, could you see us getting an interview of Howdy and Alexa like we have with other members? Yeah, eventually. As I've mentioned, Alexa is unlikely to be in the team for that long. Kieran says, I'd love to see Finn bring the Demon back. Finn wouldn't. In fact, even before he rejoined NXT, Finn Balor did not ever want to see the Demon King on WWE TV again. And that was years ago. That was before the pandemic. Rickan says, can't see New Japan selling to anyone, but do you see them working with WWE, or are they not interested because of AEW? I've said this for a number of weeks now. The WWE are in negotiations, putting together a deal to work with New Japan, similar to how they're working with TNA. I've been mentioning this for a number of weeks. The Rock's New Japan t-shirt was essentially an example to New Japan, stating, we can get you this much publicity and in front of this many eyes, and we can get you this many headlines. All you have to do is spend. Can I just say, Ivar really red. That moonsault was a big risk. I'd like the moonsault to be retired. He's not ideal for it. And I literally mean because his neck came so close to the mat. He also nearly landed face first on Kofi's knee. Nervous. nervous. Where was I? Oh, Blue says Tom's too honest for his own good. Why we love him? I'm not. I feel I'm as honest as a person should be who works in my line of work. The most important thing to me is credibility and reliability, and part of that is being able to say, I didn't know. I'm not the person who's like, oh, I know everything. I know everything, I just didn't tell you. I'm not that guy, and I'm never going to be. Carl says, will be cool to see that and see Alexa talk about Bray and The Fiend. Pete says, good to see some WWE talent at Bloodsport. Ooh. Interesting use of the knee there. Expected that to be a full Nelson slam. Oof. You know, you're right. He does scream after every move. Rickan says, do you think the deal will include not working with AEW? Can't see AEW being happy with that. The AEW and New Japan partnership is not currently active. It has largely come to an end. And AEW know what they have to do if they want to keep that deal going, basically. Good use of Kofi. Cal says, for someone with neck issues, he's a risky man. Joey says, New Japan feels a bit dead right now after they lost a lot of top talent. Seems like we're coming to a finish now. Little bit of cheating there, and I do feel like Ivar got his shoulder up, but I think maybe a bit too late. And I feel we're back on track with the half-hour blocks now. New Day won the championship, and now they're literally running. They are running away. Kevin says, this is all Tom's fault why Gunther lost the championship. I'm alright being to blame, just as long as he doesn't blame me. Jess says, Google is telling me the sun doesn't set in Vegas for another 2 hours. The main event is likely the only match that will be in darkness. Cal says, is WWE doing these deals knowing it will hurt AEW? It's not the intention, but it is a fortunate bonus as far as WWE are concerned. They are happy to hurt AEW. They have no issue hurting AEW, but their intention is to grow their own work. Pete says, wow. Jess says, well, all right. Kieran says, I mean, that moonsault is so flat, no height at all. Cal says, I think Ivar could be hurt, you know? Erik says, with Jimmy and Jay's complicated relationship, I half expected Jimmy to smash him with the title. Blue says, setting up to be beat by the Lucha Bros. I wouldn't hate it. But kind of expected where we are now. Pete gives the match a 4. Squid gives it a 4 as well. Says, boring SmackDown match, no build. New Day sucks. Blue gives it a 4. Dom gives it a 5.5 because they're a Hall of Fame tag team. I think the pace was high. I genuinely think that was a better match than the first match, to be honest. The pace was high. There was lots of really good tag team work. I think we really got to see a lot of the Viking Raiders in action. Really got the opportunity to have them show off. I'm giving that a 7 personally. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but I think that was genuinely an entertaining match. I'm big on tempo, as you guys know, and that was high pace. There was some real risks taken. There was some good camera work. I liked that. I'm giving it 7. Carl's apparently not a fan of Ricochet's online presence. Kieran gives it a 3. Bailey gives it a 3. Cal gives it a 1 and he's angry. Ross says, some WWE people in tournaments and Wrestle Kingdom give me that. As I've reported previously, that is part of the plan. The WWE want to be able to loan their talent out. When Nick Khan talks about benching people, what he wants to do is still have them under contract, but have them working elsewhere. For example, Bloodsport, as we've seen. Omos has been popping up elsewhere as well. They want people working in TNA who aren't necessarily getting the airtime on WWE or NXT. The same is true of AAA. A bit more work for Andrade, for Los Garza, etc. Opportunities for people to use them and to move them elsewhere. For New Japan, we're looking at the New Japan Cup, we're looking at the G1, we're looking at Wrestle Kingdom. Opportunities abound. So I give it a 6, Ross gives it a 6 as well. Entertainment gives it a 5. Could have been better if there were more build and story behind it, not WrestleMania quality. That I don't disagree with. I don't think we've hit WrestleMania quality yet. So far, I'd say this WrestleMania is not going down in history. Rickan says, I give it a 7 also. Glad the New Day won the title. Wasn't a big fan of the War Raiders title reign. I do think they're trying to do a big reset with the tag division at the minute. Hi, Michael Che. I like his SNL work. I didn't like his time in the Battle Royals. Jelly Roll, we already know. He's actually a wrestling fan, which is good news. Are we just going to do this in between every single match? Carl says, I have to say AEW is seriously losing their hype. Been looking bad for some time now. They've lost another partnership. They're so lucky they're owned by a very rich guy. They are, at this point, still steadying the ship from some of the losses they've made, and I just don't think they're willing to outlay much more. I think there'll be a lot of wrestlers quietly seeing the exit door, and I don't think that's wrong. I think we're going to need that. More wrestlers leaving AEW. I've said for a while, they need to cut costs now. Tony Khan's pocketbook is not as endless as it at times appears. There's not going to be much more money. They need to do the right thing. Just as Jay in Slim Jim and Snickers commercials, he's eating all the way to the bank. Cal thinks WrestleMania could have done with the Wyatt 6. Kieran says Jelly Roll has an amazing life story, such a down-to-earth bloke. And Blue says, yes, Tom, every single match. We're now heading into Jade Cargill versus Naomi. I'd be interested to see if Bianca Belair gets involved here, which would give her an out for when she doesn't win the Women's Championship tomorrow. Oh, Jess, I like it. Good idea. It says, everyone drop a caution emoji if you want Naomi to win, or a storm emoji if you want Jade to win. That is a great idea, Jess. Fully support that, guys. If you think Naomi will win, drop the caution emoji. If you think Jade will win, drop a storm. It's a great idea. Martin says, I remember your video from 3 years ago on that point about AEW needing to cut costs, and they have been doing since. They have been doing. Rickan says, how many years did Andrade sign with WWE when he came back? Mark's Online think he's unhappy in WWE. I believe it was about 3. Ross says, I'm going to go to Dynamite in Glasgow. Enjoyed Raw live, although I'm not sure how it came across on TV. Pete says, has there been changes to tonight's matches? Yes, the Rey Mysterio has had to pull out and been replaced by Rey Fenix. Bear with me. Sorry, guys. Blue says this feels like the lowest energy Mania since 37. It's a slow start. It's a slow start, and I don't think this match is going to change it. In fact, I'm worried about this match. Naomi is a talented and athletic wrestler. However, I don't feel that she's that good at carrying a program. Her promos have massively improved and she's shown what she can do. But in ring, her offense isn't very offensive. Jade Cargill's the exact opposite. She's all power, to the point where she doesn't seem to recognize how much power she has, and she overdoes things and makes mistakes. This needs to be a significant improvement from both of them. I hope it is. I genuinely hope it is. Because if it's not, Ross says Rey Mysterio was outstanding in the dark match. Cal says, do you think we'll ever see Ospreay in the WWE? Probably not. He's not that interested, to be honest. Entertainment says, after these first 2 matches, I'm not feeling good about this one. I really hope I'm wrong. Jed says, this is the first non-title women's match that has been at WrestleMania in a long time. Joey thinks the Night 2 card looks way better. Sean says, Peter Insider is saying Bayley isn't injured and this has been a plan all along, which is correct. I mentioned that earlier on in this show. Cal says, have WWE lost momentum with Jade? I don't think so. I think there's routes that they can take here. I think they've also gained a hell of a lot of momentum for Naomi, and she does look damn good. I think Naomi's got a great opportunity here, but they both need to show that they've upped their game. Blue says, Naomi is a great partner for a great wrestler. Jade feels like the type who needs to be led. Joey says, WWE messed up with the lineup tonight. What do you mean, Joey? Messed up how? Bailey said, if Jade doesn't do well, I think this is the beginning of the move to the permanent mid-card. I think, unfortunately, mid-card is where she already is. Jess is loving the design. Rickon says, how long does Bailey have left on her contract? A couple of years. Do you see her leaving? No. Although she will have to eventually, because everyone retires eventually. Kieran says, new music. There's been a bit of a reshuffle when it comes to some of the themes. Particularly recent heel turns. Although John Cena is still John Cena. Good entrance from Naomi. I think her promos have really improved. We'll see how this actually goes. I'm still nervous about the whole thing. I don't think this will surprise anyone. But yeah, still nervous about the whole thing. Jade Cargill, she's not had a lot of great moments so far. She's gone viral, but not for good reasons. And she's gone viral a lot for not good reasons. Okay, so we have a special entrance for Jade Cargill. They're working hard to treat her like a big deal. Is she a big deal? That's my question. Because they're definitely working hard to make her look like one. But I don't know if she's what they were expecting her to be. We'll see how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes. Mentioning Rain with Hale, is she going to walk out with Tia Hale? I got to be honest, the people who were sitting on the set, that is a great place to sit. An okay pop for Jade. I don't think the fans are actually behind her. I think they like the intensity of the feud, but they're not behind her. Ross says, Jade's return was short, impactful, and more further than anything else she's done in WWE. Now, unfortunately, is the point where she might get a little bit exposed. Rickon is excited for Alistair's return next Friday. Just says, love that Naomi switched to curly hair to convey, I don't know, evil. I know Jade gets nervous, and now I'm nervous for her. I hope they have a good showing. I've spoken before about Jade taking a few knocks to her confidence early on in her WWE run. That has unfortunately led to a situation where she's not very popular backstage and not many people want to work with her. She needs to prove some people wrong, and she needs to do it now. Rickon says, I feel like Jade would do better as a heel. Cal thinks Jade would have benefited from NXT. Rickon agrees with that. Bailey says she's the next Raquel Rodriguez, and that's disappointing to say. Blue says those seats are very cool. Hard to get behind wrestlers when they rarely wrestle and go missing for months. Not unfair. And Kieran says Jade should be heel, in my opinion, would suit her more. So that was the original intention. The original intention was that Jade Cargill would turn heel on Bianca Belair, and it would be Bianca versus Jade at WrestleMania. That was the original plan when Jade first came in over a year ago. Year and a half now, really. What we've ended up with is an opportunity for Naomi, but Bianca Belair, they decided essentially not to risk her. Not to risk damaging her overall star power by having her spend more time with Jade. I'm going to wait and see what the crowd does. Because I'm worried. Cal says, someone making enemies backstage this early into her career is never, ever good. But Pete loves her eyebrows. So Jade's currently throwing Naomi around. She's doing it slowly, which kind of suggests to me that she's waiting for a pop from it. She's not getting one. Okay, so as I say, all power. Some variation would be lovely. Blue says, Jade gets credit for getting in the ring in a reasonable amount of time, like she actually wants to hurt Naomi. I think she's a decent actress. I think there's real talent there. I just think, unfortunately, she started terribly. And Naomi's bumping really hard to make her look good, which only runs the risk of essentially creating that Roman Reigns situation again. Ross says Mercedes will love Naomi being on. Jess says looks like a decent chunk of the crowd is getting up to pee, unfortunately. Bailey says this has the start of a bathroom break match. We'll see how people react to it. Martin says, I actually rate Jade, to be honest. Same. As I say, I think she's very talented. She's got something there, but she needs to get out of her own head. Lovely move from Naomi there. Lovely. She needs to get out of her own head, and maybe the time where it was good for that, just giving her a bit more confidence to step back into the firing line, as it were, because you know she's in the firing line. We are talking about her because she's in that firing line. She spent her time away training, getting better, improving. She's working with someone who makes everyone look relatively good. Surely this is an opportunity, but so far, a bit slow. Ross says Naomi selling well. Blue says Jade, a heel who squashes, would work much better. As I say, that was the original plan. Ross says crowd popping Naomi. Naomi's trying to get the crowd reacting to her. They're kind of not. I hate to say it, but there just isn't much interest in this match. Nobody's on their feet. Nobody's loud. There's some decent moves and people really aren't popping for them. I also feel like Naomi's very aware of her outfit choice. She's double checking her security, if you follow what I'm saying, quite a lot. Martin said it took Naomi years and years to get here, to be honest. As well, Funkasaurus was, I'm sure, over 10 years now. It was. I came back to wrestling in 2014. Funkasaurus had already left. Carl says she's a prospect and incredibly inexperienced, and I worry she's not ready for prime time. She's had prime time whether she wants it or not. Blue says there isn't someone the fans consider a star in this match. I mean, Naomi's very talented. And they've pushed Jade as a star. She just unfortunately hasn't been able to match up to it. Entertainment says Jade is one of the best looking wrestlers I've ever seen. She just has to get that confidence up. I agree. She's got the build, she's got the structure, and she's also really over-checking her gear right now. Just says Naomi adjusting her gear more than Ronda Rousey used to. Funnily enough, Ronda Rousey's gear was never a top problem. It was always a bottom problem. Erik says everyone talking about Gunther tapping made him look like he didn't eat 2 super kicks, a spear and 3 splashes. Yeah, but to be fair, he tapped her real fast. Rick, I'm not sure. Kieran says Funkasaurus is a throwback. Whatever happened to him? Let's never find out. Let's just pretend none of us know. And Ross says Jade should be in NXT. I know her contract doesn't allow. I'm still, to this day, the only one who has reported that Jade Cargill's contract specifically skipped NXT. Martin wants to see MJF make the switch to AEW. Thinks he's that talented that he's deserving of the spot. They're doing okay. No mistakes so far. Good catch. There we go. That's got the crowd. And a jackhammer. That's got the crowd's attention. Good catch. Naomi had to put a lot of trust into Jade there, and Jade delivered. Okay, if you can keep that up. As I say, no mistakes, nothing sloppy. Decent power. The crowd are starting to get invested here. Okay. Jade Cargill getting the crowd to react. People are starting to get behind her. This is what we're looking for. Jess says, here we go. Rickon says MJF feels burnt out in AEW, doesn't get the heat he used to get. Kieran just says that was something. Cal says, I think MJF is okay, but his character is boring now compared to a year or two ago. Martin suggests the match should have been no holds barred, make it seem that personal. Jade a catch again, and a fall away slam. There are long, a successful kip up. She's had problems with that before. Crowd are reacting, don't bow, don't bow. The bow is egotistical. The step is egotistic. This is all heel stuff. But you're right, Cal, she's getting a pop. It's a bit slow motion at times while they're setting up their spots. Blue says could have had Roxanne versus Bailey, and that day will still come. And Aaron says excited to see the crowd getting behind Jade. Very nice. Okay. I think Naomi might have broken her arse. Going for the split-legged moonsault. Jade's already ready to move. No, she takes it. Going for the kick. She left an arm free. Too early. Should have let that be more of a false finish, but I'm liking it. We're getting a few finishes in. Getting some good moments. The crowd are starting to get into it. I also think that was one of the better split-legged moonsaults Naomi's ever done. She's had a few problems with that move in the past. I believe breaking Alexa Bliss's arm at one point. Jess says they're taking a while to set up moves, but they're hitting them well. I think this might be down to confidence. They're just making sure they're being a bit plodding and a bit methodical. But they're hitting what they need to hit. I actually liked it. There was a slow motion moment there where Jade momentarily reversed, or at least thought about reversing. It looked sloppy, but it also looked like she was actually trying to counter. It is a bank statement. That's a bank statement. Just a lot happening at once here. I don't know what you were going for there, but it didn't work out for you. It's a powerful deadlift, but you can tell Naomi's just waiting around. That was quite cool. Okay, so that'll be that. That was all right. Quite possibly her best match so far, which is telling, unfortunately. But that was all right. Bit slow, couple of big spots, couple of moves that really made them both stand out. I'm happy with that. Momentum to build on, essentially. Momentum to build on. Jed says, I think Jade is very cautious not to botch again, so that's why everything is taking a bit. I would agree with that. I don't think they did everything they intended to do. I don't think they've proved the haters wrong, per se. But I think they've shown some reliability. Which is all you really needed. The toss-up powerbomb wasn't great. And Naomi then immediately told her, you're not supposed to be pinning me, which is kind of awkward, but all good. All good. Cal gives it a 5. Tyler gives it a 6. Kieran gives it a 5. Jordan a 5. Blue a 6. Don gives it a 6.8. Says she has improved. Rekan says, decent match. I think it was better than the tag team match. Cal says, very slow, but this is why she should be a heel. She's very good at slowing things down and keeping the crowd noise down. Ross says, if you have to build confidence, that's all right. So I give it a 6. They trusted them with a lot of time. It is, I believe, the shortest match so far. I'll take it. We are firmly within the 30-minute block, though. So I imagine we're going to get a couple of ads now. But that was okay. I would agree with the overall 5. I definitely don't think it was WrestleMania worthy. But it was an improvement, and given their intentions for Jade, it's what they're looking for. Keep an eye on Jade Cargill and Rhea Ripley potentially being a tag team in the near future. Just keep an eye on it. Carl says, in my opinion, SmackDown and NXT is matched to build confidence, not WrestleMania. That I definitely agree with. Entertainment says, I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10. Not bad at all. Hopefully getting through this will give her confidence. I think that's it as much as anything. She struggled for confidence. I've been reporting on that for a while and things have not changed. She is struggling for confidence. So, a match like that, a decent performance, no mistakes made, and a couple of spots where the crowd were getting really into it, that's solid. I reckon the match could have gone for another 2-3 minutes. And they would have continued to build up with the crowd. That's where I personally would have gone with it, given it a bit longer. But we are where we are, and overall, the shorter the match, the less chance of mistakes. Naomi had some good spots too, the X Factor on the outside, the Bulldog off the top rope. Some of the offense, the issue I had was that her offense isn't very offensive. It was. I wouldn't say she proved me wrong per se. I would say that she's added some more to her arsenal, and I'm impressed. As a heel, she needs to do a bit more damage, and that's exactly what she did. So I think both women did well there. It's just not a match anyone's going to want to watch again. Ross says, good effort and a 5. Erik says, 6, best match so far. Kieran says, Tom, is it Christmas? Cardi B is hosting SummerSlam. Kill me now. We have Lily Singh again. We see a lot of Lily Singh on WWE TV. So he likes yachts and he's small. He's wearing a Jade Cargill t-shirt. So he likes both women and being small. And boats. Do you reckon he likes Lonely Island? Is he on a boat? Is he on a boat? Is he on a boat, y'all? I am all over the place today. What am I doing? Did you say Wheatley American vodka? Is that the Ryan Reynolds vodka? So the United States Championship match is vodka based. Is Ryan Reynolds about to be in the crowd? Or am I wrong? No, it's aviation. Aviation vodka is a Ryan Reynolds one. That's a shame. We could have had Detective Pikachu. Pretty much, Martin. Jess says, I hope Jade will feel relieved after that. No botches. Crowd got into it a little bit. I think Triple H will be reinforcing that now as well. Jess says, I mean, was it WrestleMania worthy? No, but has anything been today? No, it hasn't. Blue says, 3 matches, 3 person of colour winners. That's cool. Fairly cool. Ross says, they're just playing safe. I think Naomi will be praised backstage for it. I do think she'll get more of the praise, yes. Cal has never heard of these people. Lil P, I like it. Can I be Lil T? No. I was Big T in college. It was the whole thing. Chat Ray, thank you, Alan. Appreciate it. Cal says, why are all rappers called Lil? Martin says, I seriously ain't feeling this match. Won't lie. Thank you, Martin, for dropping some chat rate as well. I do think that's one of the biggest wins that you can have in a fan site like yours. When it comes to the glory of chat rate, you get people who are just there to argue and they really help the chat rate. It's why when we have a troll here, one, we don't kick them out immediately. We let them rant for a bit because that's helping my chat rate. But what else do we do? What else do we do when there is a troll in here that really boosts the chat rate? Can anyone tell me? We are coming into the United States Championship match now. We have LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu. Rican says, hope Jacob wins, but I got a feeling Solo costs him the match. Thank you. Ross says, Cody Rhodes is an ambassador for that vodka. Blue says, Peacock really wants me to know they have Wicked. And Cal's feeling Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu might not enjoy you feeling him, mate. Just like, pick your moment. Correct, Jess, correct. Blue, we say hi, troll, and we say bye, troll. We say in separate messages, and that way we get one chat rate from the troll, one chat rate from everyone saying hi to troll, and a chat rate from everyone saying bye to the troll. Which is why some of the busiest streams we've ever had are the ones with all the trolls in. Blue says, trolls love chat rate, brother. Ross says, I think Solo will cost Jacob. Kieran says, Naomi interferes in the freeway now, I think. And Moxie says, Tom, what did you think about Jey versus Gunther? Thought it was pretty mid. No disrespect. I feel like they tried too hard when all they had to do was let Gunther bring the best out of Jey. I think it was okay, but as Sai has pointed out, I do think there is potentially an injury that Jey was carrying. So they had to be careful with it. I think, for example, the Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, Hell in a Cell has gone down as one of the best matches ever. It wasn't, but it was the best they could have done in the situation with Cody's injury. Cal says, I don't think Jacob loves Solo anymore. I believe in their love. Cal says, serious question, how long till Jacob gets pushed to the main belt? A little while now. I'd give it another year or so before they actually start thinking about that. But tonight will be the kickoff point, as it were. Blue says, to be fair to Jacob, no one seems to love Solo anymore. True, when he was the stoic member of the Bloodline and he wasn't saying anything, people were demanding that he be pushed. Then he was pushed. Martin says, stream going very well. Thank you, Martin. And Aaron says, my friend rice plan. My fried rice plan didn't end up happening, so I have pizza tonight. Those are food. What you eating? Martin says, sadly, WrestleMania isn't so far. I'm going to renew my goal. This will be... Wow, okay. That's an entrance. Jacob Fatu embracing the werewolf. He does love Solo. I don't think Solo's coming down with him. Solo staying in the back. Huge moment for Jacob Fatu. Huge moment. Great entrance. That'll be remembered for a while. So I'm renewing my goal. This will be the 4th time. And as I said previously, I'm trying to make it the smallest goal possible. Just to be there to remind people if they would like to donate, it is an option that's available to them. So I'm going to go for one super chat of £2 or more. And I'm going to set it for a 1 hour timer. And if we succeed, big ol' watch party. I'm going to activate that now. The end result of these goals already has been a damn good time. Because we've had plenty of donations, including one that was utterly monstrous by Dom. A big thank you to everyone who has donated so far. There's been quite a variety of you. This is so far the most profitable. You know, I'm going to use the WWE methods. What WWE says. This is the biggest gate for a Tom Colohue live stream that there has ever been. Ever been. New record. Goal, Jesus. I put that up as a reminder and it's immediately answered. Thank you very much, Martin. Another £2 donation. Just the word goal on there because there was a goal, so he smashed it. Utterly smashed it. Thank you very kindly, Martin. Very generous of you, and I do know how often you are so generous, and I very much appreciate it, sir. Thank you very kindly. Jess says, I hope this leads to LA getting pushed into the main title picture, but I don't think it will. Unfortunately, I think of LA Knight, he's going in the other direction. Cal says, could the Tribal Chief Tom Colohue return? He could. Nobody would be happy about it. Nobody. Martin says, WTF is it? Halloween Havoc. The man is a werewolf. Cal says, Jacob Fatu is just him. Blue says, still remember when you said Jacob was being held back because he was too cool? I wasn't wrong. LA Knight is being driven into the arena in a fancy car. He is not being allowed to drive the car. Are we supposed to be surprised that you're there? I give him credit. He didn't accidentally flash his knickers. Okay, so like, that's alright. It's a nice looking car. Is LA Knight associated with cars or spending a lot of money? There's not really enough definition to LA Knight for me. Like, people cheer for him. What else is there about his character? Like, to convince me? Jess says you can see why Jacob has like 7 kids. I mean, what? Entertainment says I just scrolled from my X feed. It seems like people liked the Jade versus Naomi match the most. Rickon says Jacob Fatu just has it. Dude is a superstar. Carl says he's one pretty man. Erik says the only way I see Jacob losing is by solo interference. And Sai says I think this is Jacob Fatu's first singles PLE match in WWE. I believe that is true, yes. Moxie says, Tom, who do you think would win in a match? OG Bloodline, Solo where he's being booked as strong if not stronger, the Jacob or Jacob now? OG Bloodline, wherever there is Roman, Roman wins. Ooh, Cal, good shout. Saturday night's main event, arguable, but fair play. Ross just shouts, yeah. I don't know who this is, but they're very excited. Very excited. Dom says we had a split leg moonsault, now we get a Samoan triple moonsault, and we still have the prettiest moonsault left. Before you even get to someone like Io Sky. So many moonsaults. Moxie says WWE really did drop the ball on Solo. He had an undefeated streak for a year at first, then lost, but never stopped losing. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is the one to have beaten him. Jess says LA's fangs are fanging, respectfully. Sai says his character is Baby Stone Cold. I think in a feud with someone like Braun Strowman, he can get away with it. In a feud with someone like Jacob Fatu, he can't. Jacob Fatu is simply much, much cooler. That's unfortunately the nature of the beast. That's where we are. Jacob Fatu is simply cooler. Blue says he was associated with money in NXT, not much since. He was $1 million guy, wasn't he? Martin says he'll be saving on the main entrances for tomorrow. It's not the normal entrance spectacles at the minute. We had a mask and we had a car. Both of those options are likely expensive. They don't feel it. Jey Uso had some flags. Nicely done by Jacob Fatu. I like what happened there. Jade Cargill had an entrance video. Naomi had a thing to rip. Yeah, that's kind of it. Oh, the Viking Raiders had Clash of Kings gear. Well. Oh, worth remembering, Pete. Carl says LA Knight probably has more title defenses in his second reign than Shinsuke did. Yeah, Shinsuke. Sorry, mate. Kieran says the Braun Jacob Championship match main event at Mania 44 is going to hit like a controlled substance. That would be fun. That would be fun. Moxie wants Jacob Fatu versus Samoa Joe one day. Wouldn't hate that. You broke me a little bit there, Mox. You broke me a little bit. Ross says it would take Solo so long to get down to interfere. The interference isn't happening. And Carl says, my sources tell me Jacob Fatu might make an appearance tonight. Oh, I see. Jess just says, what is this, a handsome guy match? Yes. I would say most wrestling is handsome guy matches. Based on just the overall level of fitness, there is a higher proportion of attractive people in wrestling than there is in general everyday life, in my opinion. And Jacob Fatu just has something about him. He's not conventional, but he is. Like, he's... Like, he'd do stuff to you, and you'd like it. That's all I'm saying. Cal says, did you know Tonga Loa, Drew McIntyre and LA Knight were a team in TNA? I have indeed seen the pictures of it, yes. Moxie says, what's your top 3 dream matches? Hard to say at this point in time. I can't really rank a top 3. Most of them involve AJ Styles and Seth Rollins, I'll say that, but beyond that I struggle. I would like a Samoa Joe Braun Breaker match. I think that would be beautiful. Rickan wishes Gunther had a special entrance. Not really his style. Tyler G says, are we rioting if Charlotte wins? No, because we're not there. If we were, I probably still wouldn't. I don't see it happening, but stranger things have happened. Genuinely, stranger things did happen. There was 4 seasons of it. So it says, Jacob Fatu makes this look so easy. Interesting dichotomy with a veteran who's a botch machine. So far, so good. Martin says, this kind of feels like SummerSlam or Survivor Series. Doesn't feel like Mania at the minute. Doesn't help that earlier on they botched and had a Survivor Series replay screen. Cal says, TNA from 2013 to 2022 is a dark, dark time. Thankfully, long behind us. And Moxie says, Samoa Joe versus Gunther is a match made in heaven. What I'm hearing is that people agree with me that we need Samoa Joe back in the WWE and fast. Fair, Martin. That's what I need to do. I think I've been going wrong all this time because in order to get on WWE programming, in order to get on the compilation videos that YouTubers make, I'm not loud enough. I'm not enough of a whiny little bitch. And I need to up my game. The amount of times I've seen clips of a popular Manchester United streamer. You know who. I know who. Anyone who follows Manchester United knows who. And the entire playbook is completely made up garbage transfer news. Completely made up garbage. Completely made up garbage backstage heat, in the Dave Meltzer style. And the softest rage you've ever heard in your life. Always at his own team. Honestly, it starts to feel like in order to be a Manchester United fan, the first and most important thing is that you hate Manchester United. I didn't say no names. All I'm saying. So maybe, as a wrestling YouTuber, what I need to do is just hate everyone. But that would be a very sad life to live. So, nah, I'm good. Aaron says I would have enjoyed a Ludwig announce entrance. Would have also gotten Ludwig an appearance. Probably a good shout, but Ludwig has been kind of separated from Gunther for a while. Match is going well so far, by the way. Decent pace. LA Knight getting a few good hits in. Jacob Fatu is definitely keeping a lot of his offense in reserve. He will pick his moment. But I'm liking what we're doing so far. LA Knight historically is a very slow wrestler. Moves like this elbow drop is really helping him. Jess says LA wrestled on SmackDown, then was up all night at the Hall of Fame wearing a yellow suit, and now he's doing this. Also worth considering, a lot of these people are exhausted. It needs saying that they screwed up with the Hall of Fame this year. They screwed up badly. Also, I've just noticed Jacob Fatu's journey tattoo. Just a small town girl in a little rowdy world that took a midnight train going anywhere. That's who Jacob Fatu is. where was I? Cal says, was there ever any news on why Scott D'Amore was fired? He seemed loved backstage and did a great job. Not that I've heard. That was a beautiful suplex. Jacob selling well. Watching the referee. Okay, this match is starting to feel good. I'm liking where we're going here. Mine says crowded dead. Whenever that message was, it's definitely not accurate now. Blue says always need more Joe. Rickon says would love to see Zilla Fatu in WWE. Ross says would like to see Samoa Joe back, but AEW just gave him a belt. All trios titles I just don't like. Moxie says the crowd won't come alive until the main event probably, which is sad. Also not their fault with a lot of matches with no interest. I think this match has interest, and I think this match is delivering so far. Entertainment says the crowd just came to yeet and see the main event. It is a Bloodline night. Jess, I can say that I didn't see a difference in the Netflix stream, but yours may have. There's a lot of different changes, as it were. Moxie says, you need to bring back the OG background music to your videos. It's so nostalgic. I'm happy enough with my videos at the minute. They're getting some pretty good views, and they're getting some pretty good retention. People are actually really enjoying them. The video of WrestleMania spoilers had a 40% retention rate, which is doing me the world of good. Made me almost $400. So almost about £3. Yeah. Which for a video on YouTube for me is really quite good. Had about 1,300 views. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Carl says, is Tom hinting a heel turn? Erik says, do you think a ref will ever be inducted into the Hall of Fame? Eventually, yeah. Probably this exact one as well. Pete, methodical is also a word that sort of is slow by nature. So, yeah, both. Oh, wow. Okay, that was lovely. Oh, ho ho. Jesus Christ, LA Knight is stepping it up. Jacob Fatu's bringing out the best in him by a mile. Moxie says, I watched one of your old videos last week, heard the music start playing and couldn't help but smile. Jess says, LA is old, so him being up all night takes a big toll. Martin says, it needs changing seriously. P.S. I felt the hurt in Triple H's family last night, talking about Vince. Moxie, the Hall of Fame took place in the small hours of yesterday morning. Liv Morgan was basically up partying until 4 in the morning in the US. And then she's come to work and learned to move for wrestling and worked with her producer. So, yeah, Jacob Fatu's really starting to switch it on now as well. Big ass Samoan drop. Big ass Samoan drop. Rickon says, now this feels like a WrestleMania match to me. That is a wonderful moonsault. I thoroughly agree there, Rickon. The crowd are really getting into this now. They know what's coming. 1, 2, 3. Great match. Great match. Great result. Both men looked fantastic. LA Knight got some really good moves in there. That was what we wanted to see. Cal says, to be fair, the match is cooking. John says, favourite match of the night so far. Kieran says, will they ever retool the Bloodline story? Only when Jacob is ready to ascend. Cal says, has Roman asked for a potential match with Jacob down the line? Yes, he has. Jacob Fatu looks damn good with that belt. Cal says the crowd is pro Jacob. Blue says finally something the crowd cares about. Cal says Jacob Fatu is just that damn good. Kieran says Jacob is a freak. Moxie says, like Roman Reigns once said, just beautiful. Tal says that moonsault. Jess says he's already dead. Cal says Jacob is so good. And we have our ratings coming in. Chat rate just boosted to 21, guys. You really like the finish to that match, and it really shows. Kieran gives the match an 8 out of 10. Blue says no solo. thank the maker. I didn't personally expect it. My prediction was exactly what just happened. Martin gives it a 7.5. Cal gives it a whole damn 10. Blue gives it a 7. Tyler gives it an 8. Moxley gives it an 8.4. Dom says 8. That's a WrestleMania match. Martin gives it an 8.5. Sai gives it a 7.5. Jacob Fatu just got a good match out of this guy. That's a hell of a win for him in and out of the ring. Jordan says 8 out of 10. Fatu is quality. Kieran just shouts the word Haku. Rickan gives it a 10 and says they woke up the crowd. Cal says get him challenging for the main belt soon and says gonna say draft Jacob to Raw, have him beat Jey. Entertainment says 9 out of 10. Had a good time. Great spots. Great pace. Didn't last too long. Very good match. I agree as regards not lasting too long. There are matches that overstay their welcome. Under Triple H, there certainly haven't been so many. Ross gives it an 8. Cal says the future tribal chief. Erin says that was a great match. Jacob Fatu is leaving through the crowd for reasons that nobody's going to know. Kieran says compare that moonsault to Ivar's. Let's not. Erin says 9 out of 10. Cal saying Jacob is emotional. Kieran says LA Knight, good luck with your future endeavours. I wouldn't go that far, Kieran. LA Knight definitely delivered there. And I feel he's really helped secure himself a decent spot. A mid-card spot, but a decent spot regardless. I am giving that match an 8 out of 10. I very much enjoyed it. And I do think so far it is by some distance the best match on the card. Jacob Fatu was the winner I wanted. I think LA Knight winning the championship was just for the sake of transferring it to Jacob. And I don't know. The more he wins, the more obvious it is to me that he is the tribal chief. Throw him up. Throw him up. Jess says, what else is left for this show? There are 3 matches left. There is Rey Fenix versus El Grande Americano. There is Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair. And there is our main event triple threat between CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns. That match, of course, will last basically an hour if you include Roman's entrance. Cal says, fair play to LA Knight, been a great US champ. And Tyler says, all the titles have changed hands so far tonight. I do believe the moment at which that changes will be Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair. So far, so good. My predictions are 4 in 4. So 4 in 4. 4 predictions, 4 correct. The next one is hard to really judge because they've changed the competitor. When they changed, I said Rey Fenix. I stand with that. And I expect it to be Rey Fenix versus El Grande Americano next. They are now talking about that match. So yes, that is what is next up. Erik says that moonsault into a BFT was insane. It really was. That was an amazing little spot. Cal, 3 out of 4. Guys, where are you for your predictions? What did you predict? And how many have you got right so far? Moxie says, Tom, do you think Seth turns on Cody tomorrow and joins The Rock or later down the road? I see what you've done with the road there. I've shared my opinion on this a few times now. And difficult to say exactly what's going to happen. But I know exactly what I think is going to happen. Kieran says, I'm having a chili cheese hot dog at 2 a.m. I'm not proud. I caved. Pray for me. You are going to wake up in pain from a particular direction. So you know. Kieran also has 3 out of 4. Cal says, who's wrestling Cody tomorrow because we can't see him? We can see him nowadays. Sadly, we can. This match seems to have been moved to later in the event. I believe it was originally planned to be 3rd, but they needed time to essentially build a brand new hype package with less Rey Mysterio in it. So says they should have used Chad Gable in Rey Mysterio's place. Chad Gable, not an experienced luchador. Not like a Grande Americano. Legend. Ross says 4 for 4, and I expect to be 7 for 7. Who have we got for this one? Are we going with Rey Fénix or are we going with El Grande Americano? I think El Grande Americano gets unmasked, and as it turns out, it's not Chad Gable. I think there might be a hide under the ring moment where they do a switch. Rick Khan says, well, when will we see Roman next after this WrestleMania? I'm sure he's going on a nice break. I don't know, I think he goes straight into the feud of Punk myself. The pivot's right there. Might as well take it. Carl says, who can you see it being? I would expect it to be one of the Creed brothers. So it still very much is pointing towards Chad Gable, but it's not Chad Gable. Moxie says, do you think Finn's... No, still Finn. Still very much Finn. Joey says, was the Bailey injury planned the whole time or was it a last minute change? Planned the whole time. There was no last minute change. The only last minute change was the one with Rey Mysterio. That was it. Pete suggests Kurt Angle. I mean, wouldn't hate it. Jason Jordan would also be a good shout here. Sai says, I'd have gone with Americano if Mysterio was in the match to build to a best of 3. Fénix isn't taking a pin this early. That's kind of my thinking too. I'm going to top up my drink. My voice is starting to get a little bit dusty. Just a little bit. Nothing serious. Cherry Coke is always a win. And to be fair, it's also the main thing keeping me awake right now. I am not going to do well at the whole waking up thing tomorrow. I will have many naps. I'll also be on our local establishment for a little while. For their Night 2 preview. El Grande Americano. That's where the budget's gone. That's exactly where the budget's gone. I'm okay, thanks, Kieran. I'm not a big drinker. Ross says, women's tag match tomorrow? Yes. Cal says, Rey Fénix being on the Mania card after just a month is crazy work. Wasn't the plan. Just where we've ended up. Okay, that's a fantastic entrance. And very obviously Chad Gable. Okay, so he's been introduced once again from the Gulf of America, knowing that's going to wind people up. Moxie says, I think we get Roman going on a break after Mania, then we start building towards a Summer of Punk 25, Cena vs Punk at Money in the Bank Part 1, and Cena vs Punk finale at SummerSlam. I think Cena and Cody will still be working together a little longer. Cal says, this is why they can't get Stone Cold. They spent everything on this. They blew their wad. They blew their wad on El Grande Americano. We've all been there. Clyde, welcome, mate. Says, happy WrestleMania weekend, Tom, and all in the chat. Welcome. Kieran's enjoying it. Carl's enjoying it. Ross says, Lyra gets a day to find Becky. Pretty much. One phone call. One phone call. Tyler says, El Grande Americano is a national treasure. National treasure. This is the standard we have here. National treasure, El Grande Americano. Even his arse looks like Chad Gable. But I do think he gets unmasked as someone else. Martin's right. This is very much a WrestleMania entrance. This feels like WrestleMania. This is what we've been looking for. Christian enjoys the Gulf of America. Cal says, I don't if you dear, Tom? I'm not sure what you're saying. WWE is now in financial difficulty because of this. Yeah, I mean, they spent a lot of money to sign El Grande Americano. You know his history. We've all heard of him. We've all heard of his exploits. Rick, and I've said a couple of times already what I'm expecting here. Kieran, don't be mocking my birthplace. I get to mock my birthplace, you don't. Chris says, Tom, WWE bad for putting title on Jey Uso. IWC says she. And I think that's supposed to say says so. Ray Phoenix wearing a cheap pop. Man says, I forgot to ask, by the way, does Nick Khan always look miserable? Seriously, he's one miserable sod. Yeah, he's got resting bitch face. I do too. I can't blame. So I says, the only way they could have done this better is if they suddenly brought Omos out under a mask. I would have enjoyed that. Cal says, Ray Phoenix looks incredible. I mean, he looks like Ray Phoenix. That's all I've got for you. Kieran said, could be a happy accident this, a star-making moment for Phoenix. We'll see. Chad Gable, as we know, is the perfect opponent to start off with. The perfect opponent. Cal says, this will not be Ray Phoenix's last Mania. He's simply phenomenal. Rickan says, I can see Phoenix being super emotional after this match. Finally, in WrestleMania. Cal says, both Phoenix and Penta being on Mania makes me happy. Chris says, Nick Khan looked angry when Triple H was talking about him. Nick Khan just has a resting bitch face, as I say. Cal says, what is the point of having Omos and not putting him in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal? Didn't want to. Don't know what else to really say on that one. They just didn't want to. Kieran says, is there any truth in Slayer playing out Priest to the ring? I haven't heard that myself. Love it, guys. I still remember the days when... Oh, there's Dana White. I still remember the days when people thought Elias was wrestling Kevin Owens instead of Elijah. Or Elroy. See, Dana White, he knows how to be presented to a crowd. You don't even look at the camera, you just look around like... Just a lot of that. A lot of that. El Grande Americano picking up a Vikingo. Which is just, it's not going to work out for you, mate. It's a very dumb thing to do. I do kind of get the feeling we end with a rush of the ring. Chris says Tony Khan isn't happy about that. I don't think he really cares that much anymore, to be honest. They're becoming very insular. And says, but Dana White didn't pay for this seat. Same parent company and all. Well, he's not even sat there. The celebrities, as it were, come down for the photo op and then they go back up to their box. Yes, Rickan. Del Rio probably won't be working for AAA much longer. He did crush. He absolutely did. How problematic. This is supposed to be a AAA match, essentially. This is ideally supposed to be the look what we've just bought match and look what we can do match. It does disappoint me we don't see more of Chad Gable. Wonderful person. Ray Phoenix just showing off. This could be that WrestleMania feeling that we've been looking for. The last match was good. This match could be good as well. Certainly tempo-wise, which you know I'm a fan of. It's on to a winner for me. Martin says, I'd say Tony Khan has bigger issues than losing Ray Phoenix, to be honest. He needs to focus on his own company, which is why he released Ray Phoenix. Tony Khan knows that there are other things he should be focusing on, so he's focusing on them. I really don't doubt the man. Blue says, Tony always cares. All these heads do. It's part of their DNA. He's the one who let the deal lapse. He decided it wasn't worth maintaining that working relationship. With that in mind, I doubt he's upset that somebody else has decided to. He made his choice. He said it wasn't worth the money. Chris says WWE should have Paige call out. Nope, not doing that. Cal says Chad Gable was involved in the greatest debut in WWE history, the Wyatt Six. And Ross says, what's the deal with AAA, Tom? I missed it earlier. WWE bought them. They have been purchased. They now belong to the WWE Pantheon. And this is essentially their showcase. An opportunity to say, this is what the future looks like. That depends on your opinion, Si, but what I would say, Paige pissed off a lot of people in WWE, particularly Nick Khan, with the way that she didn't return to work during the pandemic. I'd be very surprised if we ever see her in WWE again. I always get confused by some of the arm drag variations, because it just feels like you're doing a lot to be in a position where you go, meh. It just feels like a lot of effort to get to that point. Fatal 4-Ways tomorrow, Rickon. Next up is Tiffany versus Charlotte, then we end with the triple threat main event, which will take us up to about 4 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. Good old WrestleMania. I think there's an advantage to how recent Rey Fenix is to the WWE. Ooh. I also feel like he's kind of immediately replaced Dragon Lee. And Dragon Lee's been kicked down the card quite a bit. But there's an advantage to him being fairly fresh. People still don't really know his offense. And because people don't really know his offense, they still pop for it. Chris thinks Dragon Lee should be put back into NXT. A lot of good moonsaults at the minute. I don't know how intentional that was, but he landed where he landed. Even if you just did basically a backwards frog splash, the crowd would still pop. You just get to show off. Cal says, Tom, do you remember in 2024 you having to say on every show that The Rock won't be in the Rumble and everyone still expected The Rock to be number 30? Yeah. I had to spend years rumour killing the crap that came out there. And still never got any credit. I remember having to spend ages telling people, hey, the Royal Rumble will not end with a stare down between The Rock and Steve Austin. It's not going to happen. Nobody believed me. I work really hard at this stuff. I'm proud of the work that I do. And I appreciate you guys for being here for it. Oh, the metal plate. I thought he was just adjusting himself. Yes, Martin, The Rock is there tonight. Rickon says, would love to see Andrade get a nice push, but unfortunately I don't see it happening. He had a good moment, but only the one so far. Kieran says, loaded mask, Gable would never do that. Oh, that was amazing. Remember how we used to give The Undertaker immense credit for walking the ropes? And now we get this. Oh, Michael Cole forgot about the metal. Just completely forgot about it. Into the ankle lock. Surely Rey Fenix ain't going to lose this. Get yourself down, referee. Don't pretend. Cal says this is the wrong ankle. It is. Decent pin. Oh, decent one. Erik, the issue isn't with Andrade, the issue is with the booking. The issue is just that he hasn't been booked particularly well. The headbutt was a little bit like Samoa Joe's just walk away. I think Ray Phoenix is about to lose. He's lost. Well. Poor Ray Phoenix. I think that was only his second match. That's a finish I didn't see coming. Kieran says anticlimactic. So he says wrestling logic, the plate hurts his foot but not Gable's skull. Yeah. Like the Goldberg spear on Bret Hart, and Bret Hart was like, yeah, this piece of metal doesn't do anything. It does. Yeah, the timing's awkward, isn't it, Jess? Bear me one sec. Sorry guys, there's a lot of moving around in this room at the moment, which means there's a lot of dust everywhere. And as much as I clean it, there's always more. There's always more. So the longer I'm in the room, the more the dust affects me. The actual match was high-paced. I enjoyed the action. The match itself was very short. Little surprised by the finish. But by and large, it was still solid. I would give it a 6. Slightly above average, but not long enough to really show us what we could do. Tyler disagrees, says 8 out of 10, best match so far. Kieran, the very much opposite, gives it a 2. Dom says wow, gives it a 7. Chris says Gable was always winning this, to be fair. Not what I saw, didn't see it coming. Carl says they're definitely dragging this El Grande out now. Vikingo is in the ring. Blue gives it a 7.5, Jordan gives it a 7, says solid match. Sai gives it a 6. Chris said he was going to beat Ray, to be fair. Yeah, I think that's where it should be. I agree that he would have beaten Rey Mysterio, but I'm surprised that they got him. Ray Phoenix, if Ray Phoenix was going to lose, they could have given him Dragon Lee if he was going to lose. Awkward. Cal says Bret Hart hates Goldberg more than Darth Maul hates Obi-Wan. Darth Maul doesn't hate Obi-Wan, he kind of nothings him. Man says, sorry, weird question, but wasn't flying headbutt banned due to CT like chair shots got banned? Yeah. Been banned for a little while, but I would suppose they pull it out for special occasions like they do with pile drivers. And it's a case of, I trust you to not make connection. Hopefully that stays the same. Okay, so this is a WWE shop ad, which makes me think that we're doing a Peacock ad right now. Entertainment seller, give this a 6. Needed to be an 8 for the sake of the PLE at this point. Yeah, it's not a strong showing so far. It's not strong. Guys, I've gained 7 new followers in the last hour on TikTok. Lovely. Means so far I've gained 26 today. Lots of views. Lots of views and lots of comments. Loving it. Clash in Paris? I forgot that show was even happening. I suppose we're about to do a recap of the AAA. Talking massive announcements. It is indeed just a recap of the announcement, killing a little time. Chris says, I feel bad for War Raiders. They got no pop. Very few people do get the pop at WrestleMania simply because, unfortunately, there's some awkwardness when it comes to miking up the crowd. WrestleMania stadiums in general, always the pop sounds quieter. Joey says, this has been rough, hasn't felt like Mania yet. It has not. Cal says, still 2 matches to go. I think it got better after the tag match with Fatu Night and then Phoenix versus El Grande. I definitely think we're seeing improvements. Significant improvements. But we need more than this. There's still some work to be done. And I don't necessarily think Tiffany, Stratton and Charlotte Flair is the right next step. I don't know if that's really going to get the pulses racing. Who are we introducing? Okay, I was worried then. I thought they were going to give me Hulk Hogan. I was going to get annoyed. It's worth pointing out, Cal, you raise a good point and I appreciate you for saying it. When it comes to Triple H and HBK, the gay is strong and you've got to respect them for it. Because they were gay at a time when being gay was not the right thing to do. They were always just gay enough. They were always just gay enough. He's asking what people think. Maybe that's not a question to ask. Rickon says Andrade doesn't look happy behind Triple H in my opinion. And Chris says Andrade is probably ready to go back to AEW. Not quite. Jess says he's just a sexy boy, which he is. A sexy boy. I want that song played at my funeral, and I don't think I'm ever going to change that opinion. Martin says, buy AAA, then call it Gulf of America, oh dear. Not an unfair comment. Jacob. Fatu. Moonsault. Reversed by LA Knight. Just a nice little clip here that hopefully people are going to quite enjoy. Sometimes TikTok's nice and easy. This is a nice viral moment. Let's get it out there. And I do think it was a lovely move. Result reversed by LA Knight during match at WrestleMania 4-1. Tell you, viral moments, they go places. So Shawn Michaels basically just killing some time there, announcing the attendance. I hope right now he's going to go and just sleep. Sleep is a wonderful thing. Martin says, has this man slept? Probably not. Ross says, Ray probably happy to take the spot. Loss won't hurt too much. WWE going to make tons on mask money with the AAA purchase. Fair. Cal says, the cowboy hat thingy is older than you and I. Quite possibly. Erik says, why is everyone discrediting El Grande? He beat Tanahashi, Okada, Omega, Takeshita? What's happening there? Kieran says, imagine paying $1,700 and you got this card. It could have been a good card. The matches haven't really delivered though. I certainly don't think this is the worst WrestleMania of all time, just to be clear. But I don't think it lives up to the recent ones. They do love Stephen Amell. Rickon says, in my opinion, if Andrade does leave, I see him heading back to MLL. But I can see him doing good things with AAA. I'd imagine he's going to be an important part of that. And Ula Fala in play. That's a choice. Dana White again? Again? We've already seen him. But again, he does a much better job of it. He's actually looking at someone. Carl says, why would Andrade leave? He would have known he would be a mid-card. Yeah, he would have. I don't see him leaving. I think he's comfortable in this position. I think the only reason he would leave is if it's a bit too personal. Next up, as I mentioned, Tiffany Stratton defends her championship against Charlotte Flair. And I have Tiffany Stratton retaining in this one. Jess said, are they going to bring out the Hall of Fame group of 2025 now for another Triple H Glazer session? Or are they saving that for tomorrow, do you think? I think that will be tomorrow. Though they could after this, of course. We're actually quite ahead of schedule now. By the time this match finishes, I think we'll still have about an hour and 20 minutes before the end of the show. Sai says they definitely put the hours in on WrestleMania weekend. The Hall of Fame started at 10 p.m. local. There's no real need for it to be broadcast live. No one was awake. Gold says, hello, Mr. Colohue. What happened with Bayley? Bayley was expected to be in the match alongside Lyra Valkyria, but one of the reasons their tag team happened is because they wanted Lyra Valkyria in the spot, not Bayley. Triple H keeps trying to make sure the spotlight is on Bayley and wanted to find a way to get her involved, but I would suggest Becky Lynch's return is the more likely scenario. Jess says, sign in the crowd that says, I can't read, got a chuckle out of me. Chris says, lots of over-exaggerating by the IWC. Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out. The IWC has two modes. Hate and hate everyone who hates. Either way, it's hate. So either it's, I love it, everyone has to love it, anyone who doesn't love it is a hater. Or it's, I hate it. Everyone should hate it. Everyone who doesn't hate it is a hater. I'm really glad I'm not really on Twitter anymore. I roughly keep track of it for shows like this. That's all I do. I haven't missed it. I don't think I've posted there this year. And I haven't missed it. Jess says Dana White is so bold and so red. So also says Dana White going on twice has got to be a rib. Someone's missing. There was someone they were meant to show and he wasn't there. Kieran said this needs to descend into a full-on shoot match. Man says we've just done Dana White again. They really are killing time here. Entertainment says I don't think Charlotte is right. She's been off since her return. Chris says I hope Triple H tells Dana White about AEW moving to gymnasiums. What? Entertainment says maybe her knee is still in her head. And Jess says as regards the remaining time, an hour of that is for Roman's entrance. Kieran just goes real blunt and says Dana White looks like a hernia. Cal says I just know the main event is going to be that card. Everyone's mind will change on this card. Yeah. You know how this works. One good match will convince people a card is amazing. Like, we talked earlier about the Seth Rollins-Cody Rhodes match. It wasn't great, but it was the best they could do with the scenario, so people thought it was great. Tell me what else happened on that card. Without looking it up, tell me what else happened on that card. Gold, relax, mate. We're having our fun. Just because we're enjoying our time in a way differently to yourself, doesn't mean we're not enjoying it. Sean, we're going to see a lot of two-night SummerSlam. Stick with it. Blue says it's Charlotte going 20 minutes plus entrances, not over 6:50 local. Ross says I like the heel Becky idea. Jordan says honestly, Tom, I don't miss social media at all. Crush, they're not adding a TLC match. That's not how cards work. And Ross says I've enjoyed the show. There's been some okay matches. This has not felt WrestleMania, apart from maybe Jacob Fatu. Jess says, why is Tiff out first? Odd, because they have plans for Charlotte's entrance and she needs to come out second. Tiffany Stratton really leaning into the Barbie of it all. I respect it. I quite like it. Kieran says, aggregators and grifters are the only beneficiaries of the IWC hate. Nauseating. What I really like, and probably the biggest sign for me of how stupid the whole process is, Wessel votes. Not wrestle votes. Wessel votes. This is a Twitter account which blatantly and in every way makes stuff up without even hiding it. They know what they're doing. They're happy about it. Other people don't. They have one of the largest followings of any wrestling account you will ever find. Ever. Because they make up dumb stuff and feed off the hate of people on the platform. It is utter garbage. It is utterly stupid. And it makes them a ton of money because people get so pissed off by it that they share it with all their friends. That is social media now. Success is built on hate. And that is why I am stepping off that merry-go-round. If you want to know what's happening with me, go on YouTube. Cal says, this is a cool entrance. I quite enjoyed it. Like, the Barbie thing isn't a Charlotte Flair thing. It's a Tiffany Stratton thing. And I like it. I think she's done well there for herself. Cal says, Tiffany's greatest of all time? I don't care. Gotcha gold. Misunderstanding there. These things happen. Sai says, I'm sure Tiffany and Charlotte have worked out any differences, but this could make or break two careers if anyone decides to sandbag, and I'm sure they'll tease it. Yeah, there's no issue. There is no issue whatsoever between Tiffany and Charlotte. I reported on that last week. Fightful Select confirmed it today. And by confirmed it, I mean they reported it and took credit for it. Cal says, Charlotte getting boos very loud. Yeah, Charlotte, isn't it? God, those seats must be so expensive. Jess says, Charlotte asserting her dominance by coming out in a cooler car than LA Knight. Blue says, same entrance. I wouldn't go quite that far. She has backup. She has worker drones. She has a lot of pyro. Cal says, I think they did the Charlotte return all wrong. In my opinion, she should have lost the Rumble, then had a 1 or 2 month losing streak, have a doubt herself, and think about retiring and have her rebuild. Wouldn't work, and here's why. She would lose. She'd think about retiring. The crowd would chant, na 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 na, na 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 na, hey, goodbye. It wouldn't build any hype. Nobody would want the match. They would be chanting for her to retire. That's where we are. It's always forgotten. What's happening right now isn't about Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair wanted the match with Tiffany for Tiffany. She wanted to get the attention on Tiffany. She wanted to put Tiffany over. She was trying to get the main event of night one. Now, she will say that's for Tiffany. Some of it is definitely for her. Let's not argue with that one. There is definitely some selfishness there. However, Charlotte Flair has never main evented WrestleMania. Despite great matches with people like Rhea Ripley, for example. She's never been in that spot. With a 2-night WrestleMania, you'd think more women would main event. So I ain't complaining that Charlotte tries. I have a lot of respect for Charlotte. I don't understand the hate. Oh, no, you're right. Yep, sorry. I completely forgot about WrestleMania 35. In my head, I was going round and round like Sasha Banks has done it, Becky Lynch has done it, Ronda Rousey's done it, Bianca Belair's done it. I completely forgot it. Oh, it was only 6 years ago. I'm not paying attention. Either way, she is trying to get more women main eventing WrestleMania. I don't think that's a bad thing. I have a lot of respect for Charlotte Flair. No, Erik, I've not seen that. I'll need to look into it because that sounds horrible and I need to see it. Cal says, do you not think the crowd's anger is because she just walked into the Rumble and won? Yeah, she's a heel. She's a heel. They do that. I appreciate that you guys always make sure I know what I'm talking about, because in that moment I did not. And you guys had me. I appreciate it. Wow, Tyler. Wow. That's what we're doing, is it? That's what we're doing? How dare you? Ugh. Kind of a bit warm. The crowd seem invested in this. The original intention, Blue, you're right, was to do a double turn at WrestleMania. She was supposed to come in as a face, and then at WrestleMania she'd go full heel and Tiffany would go full face. Charlotte's trying to play up to the whole personal nature, the anger. Okay, so I think Charlotte's dressed similarly to Tiffany Stratton for a reason here. Yes, Callan's fine. Charlotte's intentionally dressed with extra colour and extra sparkle. And now, yes, I'm actually genuinely struggling to tell the difference. Thank God for high ponies. They're going to play up to the physical nature of what we've been seeing. They're going to try their hardest to make you think it's real. Some of you will genuinely think it's real by the end of it. They know what they're doing. They're pros. Pete, you say that, but I hope not. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. Ross says the women's division across WWE is very strong. Was disappointed Deonna Purrazzo went to AEW, but fair play to her. Yeah, and I do think it needs stating that it's going to be really hard to get into this women's division. At the time Deonna Purrazzo went to AEW, the same was true of AEW. Though I do think the AEW women's division has improved massively recently. Some of that is Mercedes, of course, but it's also the pushing of people like Harley, getting Athena more involved, and the arrival of people like Deonna Purrazzo. Cal says, Ric Flair said he'd be at Mania. Why do you think he isn't? I'm glad he isn't, by the way. Who said he isn't? I'm not aware that he isn't. I'm also not aware that he is. I have no information on this. So I says, the commentary is dreadful. And then quotes, never mind the rest of the show, this is real. Oh, give the game away, why don't you? Cal says, do you think the WWE will show Hogan again after Netflix? I don't really understand what you're asking there, Cal. Just says, these women getting everything custom, even down to their boots and Charlotte's knee brace. Then Roman is going to walk out in black pants. Yes, but slightly different shoes. Slightly different shoes. Yeah, right, BM, how you doing, mate? Hope you're enjoying your show. Hope you're enjoying WrestleMania so far. I am genuinely struggling to tell the two apart. Oh, right, gotcha. Okay. Okay. He will be eventually. He shouldn't be. Tyler says, the weapons allowed in this match? No. This is just a straight one-on-one wrestling match. Not to be confused with any match featuring Triple H and Shawn Michaels, which was a kind of straight wrestling match. Ross says he said he wouldn't be because of his AEW deal, which I thought had expired. Where am I looking, Ross? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Carl says bringing him in a hardcore blue state as well was crazy, to be fair. I think he gets a similar reaction regardless. He does. Like, even at the Republican National Convention, he was a joke. Right, cool. Gotcha, Pete. Gotcha, Pete. Again, Ross, I'm pretty sure he's there. So maybe he's just saying why he's not going to appear on screen. AEW should never have signed him. Charlotte Flair's kind of going through the motions at this point. Pretty standard for Charlotte. She hits some of her early offense just to basically get the crowd booing her. Kel says, say what you want about her, but Charlotte is damn good. She is still one of the best they have ever had in that women's division. And my God, Tiffany has laddered the hell out of her tights. Now I can tell the difference. Crush, I do think Charlotte is similar to Gunther in that you don't get bad matches out of Charlotte. Like you're saying, she's only good when she cares. I have never seen a bad Charlotte match. Her wrestling is always high quality. And while I do think she's been a little left behind by some of the more recent performers, she is still reliably high quality. Cal says, that for me was the beginning of the end. Started to feel like TNA at the end. I'll be honest, there's a lot of similarities. And that is when Tony Khan started making some serious changes. Cool. Crush, give me some more. You said she's only good when she cares. You've mentioned one match. Now, admittedly, I can't really remember that match, which suggests that you're right and it's not a good match. Cal says Charlotte's amazing. Tyler says good match so far. Cal says Tiffy also amazing. And Entertainment says Charlotte looking good. Match is looking good. Yep. Happy with this so far. We know that this is all about Tiffany and making sure Tiffany has it. Oh, also good shout. The match with Nia. Oh, that's a good shout, Blue. We have definitely had a couple of bad matches with Nia Jax. But yeah, it says, and I think quite rightly here, Charlotte's had bad matches with Ronda at Mania and one with Nia where she decided to shoot on her, but she's had a lot more good nights than bad. Charlotte seems to be calling the match rather than Tiffany. Are we going to see Pretty Moonsault? Yes, we are. Oh, lovely. A very nice roll through. Shame she didn't use it as an active counter. The wrestling's good. I'm genuinely struggling a little bit with we're just telling them apart. Which I know they've intentionally dressed similarly before. It's actually something they both agreed on early to really play off the similarities, but I thought actually during the match they'd want to avoid that. Tyler points out Ronda isn't exactly a top performer, to be fair to Charlotte. And Sai says, this isn't a bad show but lacking a WrestleMania moment yet. The Jey Uso win was weirdly undersold. Triple H is not big on the WrestleMania moments to the same degree that Vince McMahon was. Pardon me. I'm pretty sure the big memorable moment is going to be the finish to the triple threat. Cal says, to be fair, Nia was completely different then. Nia's much better now. Would be cool to see Nia versus Charlotte now. Nia doesn't get the credit for the changes she implemented in the ring. I think she does, but it took her a while to get there. Jess said, that's why I can't take the real life feud seriously. Charlotte and Nia shooted on each other and worked it out later. Yeah, Nia, she learned some lessons. Cal says, I think the Mania matches have lacked the stories compared to last year, which is not unfair. I think if not for all the quote-unquote backstage heat garbage that we've heard about these two, there's not any real reason to be invested in this. LA Knight, Jacob Fatu came very late. The tag team match was confusing. It's only really Jey Uso and Gunther that had the attention that I feel it needed, and if anything, it was too much. Hey, you're not wrong, Blue. Chris says they're moving very fluidly, which is fair. And Cal says, if CM Punk stayed in AEW, we would have got Punk versus Ospreay. It's heartbreaking. We'll never get it now. Ross said the big moment was El Grande Americano. I'd say the big moment so far was Jacob Fatu, to be honest. Not sure what that says about the show overall, but I think that was the moment. We're all in agreement with you, Crush. Throw the TLC match on here with all those teams. I'd be thrilled. Sandbagging? Sandbagging? The hand on the face. Charlotte does that when she wants to show disrespect. Cal says, I think Jacob got the biggest pop so far, and I think it's telling where he's going. I think that was our first quote-unquote sandbag of what will be a couple of them. Seemingly just not willing to get into that powerbomb. And Charlotte is looking annoyed. So that was intentional. Chris said the mid-air BFT was fire. Oh, Charlotte's getting the Charlotte face. That was a little lucha. Jess says this is when Charlotte is good, when someone kicks out and she starts pushing them around. Angry Charlotte is definitely the best Charlotte. When she just gets annoyed by the whole concept and just starts throwing herself at people. She does it at Rumble sometimes. I remember it during the TLC match with Asuka and Becky Lynch, where she just lost it and started spearing people. I'm confident Charlotte will also throw a moonsault in, so I've got plenty of match left. I think this will get time. We've slowed down a little. Crush, I see what you're saying there, but I would argue that her booking is not her choice. Lots of dodges and counters. Ooh. Charlotte dropped back a little too fast there. You're not wrong, Jess. Rhea Ripley has started a trend. We're all aware of it. But the trend is sexy pins. There's a lot of sexy pins tonight. Cal believes we'll see Adam Cole in WWE again. Me too, if I'm honest. I think we'll definitely see Samoa Joe. I think we'll see Adam Cole. Chris says Rhea Ripley is a trendsetter. If there's one person you can learn fashion from, it's your mummy. To be fair, my kids are constantly stealing their mother's clothes. So they literally can't argue. Charlotte again is going to the top rope. Everyone always rolls through the crossbody and Charlotte immediately caught looking at the ref. Tiffany Stratton's got a busted lip. Couple of knees. The new one from Charlotte. Into the post. And to the turnbuckle. And the little kick. Charlotte just shows constant disrespect. She knows what the job is. Cal says, I think Adam Cole on the main roster too. Charlotte's going for her moonsault. Chris says, give Adam Cole a new undisputed era. Tiffany Stratton is zeroing in on the knee. Is she going to do a figure four? She should. Stratton's actually got quite a lot of blood on that face. Oh, that was actually a kick to the face. That was actually a kick to the face there. They genuinely are getting quite physical here. I've got to give them credit. Cal says, I think Adam Cole is genuinely top 3 wrestlers in the world and is not number 3 or 2. Gold says, how will Adam Cole fit in the land of Jacob Fatu, Jeff Cobb, Bronson Reed, Bron Breakker and Drew McIntyre? He won't. He'll fit largely in the world of Jey Uso, of Cody Rhodes, of Finn Balor, of Dominic Mysterio, etc., etc. If Finn Balor can do it, Adam Cole definitely can. Cal, I don't really feel confident reading that. It seems a little adult. Cal says that was a full boot to the face. She's felt that. Like, I get that they're trying to sell that they want to hurt each other, but there are ways to do that that don't involve actually hurting each other. They've even got the same ladders in their tights. Tiffany also seems to have blood on her forehead now. Stratton doing the right thing and trying to turn before there can be a bridge. Fans are really starting to get into this and they have a favourite. Crutch every woman bleeds. Stratton playing it smart here. She's playing it like Charlotte would. She's also having a bit of a limp. Has some of her outfit broken? Okay, so moonsault didn't work out again. That one actually nearly had me. I love what they've done with this. They've dressed them the same. They've given them a lot of focus on the same move that they do. They've given them the same injury. It's proper single white female. Tiffany Stratton is taking over Charlotte Flair's life. Or that was the plan. But in the end, she doesn't want her life. Pete and Crush both enjoying the match so far. Blue saying selling the figure 8. Crush says they have great chemistry. Charlotte once again going for the top rope. You'll notice she's not working heel. She's not working heel here. She's just trying to put on a great match. Cal says this has been very good in my opinion. I agree. Quality Charlotte match. As per. Tiffany Stratton, I think this is a bit of a coming out party for her. Showing the world what she can do. This is feeling like a Mania match. Cal says, I'll be honest, this card's picked up after tag match. Weak first 2 matches aren't bad. Like the first 2 matches were kind of weak, even though overall I'd say the World Heavyweight Championship match wasn't bad. I think in general it's been an alright card. It's just, as I say, certainly not one of the best WrestleManias we've ever seen. Again, what we've got here is people not cooperating. And eventually Charlotte just saying, punch me in the face. Interesting. That seems like a woman who was who's determined to beat herself. That didn't work. Charlotte's too tall for that. Chris says, Jey versus Gunther wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. I think it was just underwhelming for the world title and Gunther. Yeah, it was. Well, again, in here we all agree on that. Sai says, Charlotte's been getting more negative heat than anyone else on the show so far. That should be it. That's it. I think Tiffany, she lost a tooth. That is a clean win over Charlotte Flair for Tiffany Stratton. There's something on that tooth. How many people in WWE have clean wins over Charlotte Flair? It was physical, it was aggressive, it was fun. And I like that it has some memorable moments, particularly the fact that they look so similar for most of it. So I'm giving that an 8.5. I'm saying it's the best match of the night so far. And overall, I'd say that was fantastic. Cal says, Charlotte's been going this long and looks this damn good. She's a GOAT for a reason. People always hate Charlotte until she starts wrestling. Tyler gives it a 9. Sai says 8. And 8 out of 10 a match of the night so far from me. Blue says that was a very odd match and finish. The heel was selling the injury. That's why she was rarely wrestling heel. Jordan gives it an 8. Gold says it's really Tiffy time. Pete says 9 out of 10. Tiffany Stratton looks banged up. Dom gives it an 8. Chris says that was an absolutely brilliant match. It gets a 9 from me. Martin gives it an 8.5 and says great. Blue gives it a 7. Gal says I think that kick took a tooth out. Martin says it was a main event 45 minutes. It's a Roman match, so yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually, that tooth is buggered. Thomas says 8 out of 10 match of the night so far. Entertainment gives it a 9 out of 10. Exceeded expectations for me. Erik gives it a 9. Martin is expecting 1 hour match for the main event with entrances. The camera really want to focus on that tooth. Gold says Rhea Ripley and Becky Lynch and probably Mercedes Money and Bayley are the ones who beat Charlotte Flair clean. That is a very small amount of people in the amount of time she's been working. Add Tiffany Stratton's name to that list. Ross gives it a 7. Sai says, would a Charlotte win have been the record? I don't think they'd do that for her and Cena on the same show. No, not yet, but it's not far off. I think she's at about 14. Erik says, you were right. If not Charlotte, then who dethrones Tiffany? Someone else. They will eventually have someone, but Charlotte's not the one. Grish says, you got a few days until SmackDown so she can get the tooth fixed. I hope so. Certainly got some battle scars. C-Mac gives an 8 out of 10. Oh, yes. Crush also mentions Liv Morgan. That is pretty much exactly what I was hoping for. I'm happy with that overall, and I think Tiffany Stratton certainly can be as well. Oop, hang on. My TV's going to turn itself off. It's got a high-pitched whining going on now. Just awkward. I've now had 28 new followers. Lovely. Still mostly from the Logan Paul TikTok, which now has 41,500 views. And the Liv Morgan dancing TikTok, which has 38,000 views. It's been a good day for views, that's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Good day for views. Oh, of course, you can now watch it at cinemas. Honestly, I'd be tempted by the concept. I don't think I could stream from it, though. You see what I mean, though, when it talks about if you want to get your stream on WWTV, you have to be full of hate and just an overall mug. Just act like it's the best thing you've ever heard in your life. Ross says, I liked the heel Charlotte, not there, trying the Stephanie Vaca move and crowd reacted. Marcel gives it a 7. Carl says, why has it turned 5,000 degrees in the UK right now? I'm so warm. Well, for me, I'm under the lights. I have lights for this. I'm a pro. Jess says, a PLE in 3 weeks? Yeah, they're behind schedule because of the change to WrestleMania's planning. Carl says, Charlotte Flair and Tiffany putting on a show. It was a damn good show. Erik says, Liv just has to beat Charlotte to beat all 4 horsewomen. And Sai says, I think the first Mania was shown at a cinema. Moxie says, we're probably going to get something filler now than the main event, I assume. Usually, yes. Get a bit of filler. And in fact, Hall of Fame is going to be our filler today. Ooh, Martin says, think it's on in the Sphere in Vegas too. Sai says, the clip farming on streams and in the front row to get shown in the next video package is cringe. Yes, I agree. Now, I really enjoyed the John Cena heel turn. That was probably one of the biggest reactions I've ever actually had on a stream like this. It's never going to be on WWE programming because I wasn't decrying it as the best thing that's ever happened ever. That's what you got to do to get on WWE TV. You got to basically drop your pants and leave a massive mess. Jess says, do you think they'll have WrestleMania this late next year? No, I think they probably learned their lesson this time. Carl says, do you see Gunther going for Jey at Backlash or having a break? People do get annual leave. People do get some time off. Honestly, I'm not sure on that one what Gunther's contract is. Thank you. Ross says 11th and 12th of April next year, so a week earlier. C-Max says, is The Undertaker's show going to be aired tonight? I don't know. I've not really followed that one. I like to think so, Si, and I appreciate you saying it. I don't want to be the guy trying to farm clicks. I don't want to be the guy trying to fill the place up with 600 people. I want to come here. I want to watch wrestling with some friends. That's all. That's all I want. I just want to watch some wrestling with some friends. And that suits me just fine. I always forget, by the way, that they do the Hall of Fame stuff twice. So they're doing this one now, and they'll do it all again tomorrow. Those Triple H parents look very confused. A rare Becky Lynch sighting. Not too rare after tomorrow, of course. Sai says Austin was hammered at the Hall of Fame. He was appalled at the trophy they gave him. It was fucking hideous. And Crush loved Triple H's speech, made him cry. Moxie says this just doesn't feel like a Mania show. Last year most matches made you feel some type of emotion and tingles. This year I'm not getting any of that. I don't know about you. I feel like we should look up the Mania card from last year because there were definitely matches that gave you the tingles, but there was plenty that weren't. So let's do that. Let's do that. So not every match is going to be a winner, and WrestleMania has always been like that. So WrestleMania 40, that's the one. Just going to go through the card. When I get to it, it's all about the build-up. Cancelled matches, preliminary matches, blah, blah, blah. Just give me the list. Just give me a list. Okay. Night one opened with Rhea Ripley versus Becky Lynch. Damn good match. Followed by the 6-pack tag team ladder match for both sets of tag team titles, which I don't really remember. We then had Rey Mysterio and Andrade versus Santos Escobar and Dominic Mysterio. Don't really remember that. Jey Uso versus Jimmy Uso. I remember that. It was bad. It was bad. Jade, Cargill, Bianca Belair and Naomi versus Damage Control. I don't really remember that. Sami Zayn beat Gunther. I remember that. I remember it very fondly. And then we had The Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth. That was slow. It was plodding. It was dull. So I got to be honest. A couple of matches that jump out there. Sami versus Gunther for being great. Jey versus Jimmy for being terrible. Rhea Ripley versus Becky for being great. 7 matches. I really enjoyed 2. Hated 1. 4 of them happened. I'm sure that they did. Night 2. Drew McIntyre versus Seth Rollins, I remember. Remember quite fondly, but Seth was in trouble at the time. We then had the Philadelphia Street Fight, where the Pride, that being Bobby Lashley, Angelo Dawkins and Montez Ford, took on Karrion Kross, Akam and Razar, with Bubba Ray Dudley as a special guest referee. That was bad. That was bad. We had LA Knight versus AJ Styles. Okay. We had Logan Paul, Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Bayley versus Io Sky, which I recall enjoying. And Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns, which was absolutely incredible. Of those matches, 14 matches, there is, I would say, 6 I remember. 5 of them really good. I think maybe, unfortunately, this is just WrestleMania. Outside of The Rock, outside of Cody Rhodes, last year's WrestleMania also kind of would have sucked. But there are matches you forget. We're going to forget the New Day match. This time next year, we'll be like, was there any tag team matches on it? Why were there no tag team matches on it? We're going to forget certain matches, possibly like the fatal 4-way for the IC Championship. It's going to have to find a way to stand out. So, I think overall, you have to consider that there are matches that will stand out. I think LA Knight versus Jacob Fatu will stand out. I think Charlotte versus Tiffany will stand out. I think this main event's going to absolutely slap. And for me, that'll actually be a better night 1 than last year. Because there's also been no bad matches. There's been okay matches, and there's been some great matches. I call that a win. I call that a win. Cal says, I can't wait for the day Bray's in the Hall of Fame. Ross says, I've mentioned this before. Have a lot of friends, but none who still watch wrestling, so this is a good community for me. And you're, of course, very welcome to be here, Ross. You're an OG at this point. Sean says, Charlotte keeps losing at the odd number manias. Pretty cool. Chris says, only a few matches last year had me feeling any emotions. Rhea suffered an anxiety attack and Becky had a cold last year, by the way. Moxie says the ladder match was amazing. I don't remember much from it. I remember it happening, though. Cal says Becky had strep throat. Last year's WrestleMania had The Rock and Roman and Seth and Cody, which dominated the card both nights. This card is much better overall, in my opinion. I think, unfortunately, wrestling fans have short memories. A few questions about Luger. Sai saying, did he go home? Probably. His health is not the best. I think now's the right time to induct him before it may get too late. Chris says people will hate on next year's card and praise this year's card. Yeah. That's how wrestling fans work. They hate what they have. They miss what they had. Fickle. Dom says, what happened to Bayley? She got attacked. Gold says, if Bron Breakker fights Penta one-on-one, will he much more good than the 4-way? Chris just shouts fickle. Jordan is looking forward to this one, and he's not alone. This is going to be the one. This right here. This is going to be the one. I must have seen this hype package 15, 16 times by now. Good amount of Dean Ambrose. Solid amount of Dean Ambrose in it. I don't know what to expect of it. Is Seth Rollins the third man? Is he going to finish the night announcing himself as third man? Or is that something that they build to at a later point? Is the focus instead going to be on Punk and Roman? I don't know. Genuinely not sure. But one thing I do know for certain, everything that came before is going to be forgotten. This will deliver in every possible way. Billy, I don't think she lost the tooth, but the tooth was definitely damaged. Cal says, I think Dom wins tomorrow. And Dom says the entrance is going to be 35 minutes alone. Moxie says, last year's Night 1 wasn't that good. Night 2 is phenomenal. Priest cash in. Bailey versus Io. Roman versus Cody. Seth and Drew had a great match. Randy, KO and Paul with a slapper. Rude to the match. Cal, I don't think a single person in WWE has any interest in ever working again with Chris Jericho. Dom says he has to do what's best for business. Sai says, I do wonder if they finish the night on a cliffhanger, maybe with repercussions for tomorrow. So, last year, I was in the fortunate position of being able to tell all of you exactly how both main events were going to go. I said at the time, Roman would beat Cody, but Rock would pin Cody. And I laid out beat by beat and blow by blow exactly how the main event would end. I had absolute confidence and I absolutely nailed it. Now, I'm not as certain here, but I know that the WWE liked the response. They liked the whole Avengers Assemble business. In order for that to work, they need another body. So it comes down to what happens here. The WWE have made this the main event for a reason. This match must in some way connect to the main event tomorrow. Has to. The only way I can see that happening is with the third man. Seth coming in first, no special entrance, but he'll have a special costume. Cal says, I think Seth hates Punk more than Roman. He has love for Roman still, but I think it's full-blown hatred for Punk. Is that a flamethrower? This is a man made of hate right now. It is a flamethrower. Who was the last person to use a flamethrower in a WrestleMania entrance? Give you a clue. It was The Rock. I've got eyes on this one. Now, he's mostly wearing that gear for safety, but also to hide what he's wearing. Ross says, does Heyman choose between Punk and Roman? We think, but end up with Seth. I don't think he necessarily ends up with Seth. I'm not sure. I'm really not. But I do think it's largely a red herring. Carl says the Seth and Drew match was just a finisher fest. They turned the lights out so we can get some help taking the gear off. Thomas says WWE and their video packages always deliver. Beautiful. Beautiful, Seth. Absolutely gorgeous. This man, he knows. Jess says I didn't like how both main events last year were surrounded in the same story, and also says Seth is the guy. Moxie says Roman does love shaking his hair, doesn't he? Gold says I know some AEW stars are ride and die of AEW, but I think we'll see some of them in WWE pardon me, eventually, including Jon Moxley. Bluey's noted entrances start today after. We'll see how long they take. Jess, as regards Seth's original outfit, says he looks like he's just wrapped someone's sheet around him. Dom says it looks like my prediction for best entrance may be correct. Wait for it. Wait for it. Cal thinks Jon Moxley does not return. So the match is going to be great. We know that. The finish, I am intrigued. I am very intrigued. I want to be right. I don't know if I am. We cannot take that guess. Martin says someone didn't like the all-white outfit. I seem to remember. He who can't be named. He who is no longer there. Seth nowadays can wear whatever the hell he wants. Goldie, make a compelling argument. What I'm loving is both of the triple threat that they've got each night of WrestleMania. This and the women's triple threat. There are no heels in the eyes of the fans. When Seth mentions CM Punk, there's a little boo and a big cheer. When CM Punk mentions Roman, little boo, big cheer. Everyone gets cheered and everyone gets booed to support someone. Everyone loves these guys, as everyone will when it comes to the women's triple threat tomorrow. They've done brilliantly to make every person in that ring relatable and understandable. CM Punk is making his entrance last. He's getting the big entrance. They're really pushing the whole main event business. We stand corrected. Roman has new gauntlets. I've heard her cheat quite a lot, Cal, but it's fair to say she is getting boos now. Though, to be fair, so's Cody. So this is interesting. All white ring gear. Is he teasing Rollins and Jay White for 5 years' time? That's the dream. Roman also is coming down with a white theme. I'll be interested to see what CM Punk goes for. Jess says he looks so sad without Heyman. So I'm going to create my final goal for the stream. Going to boost it up ever so slightly, just because it will be the final one. But what I will say, before even getting anyone looking at that goal, we have already almost doubled the amount that we've made on the stream compared to what we generally make. The amount that we've made today is essentially full-time money. Now, I'm not promising you guys anything because I'm nowhere near being able to do that. But I do just want you to recognize how generous you've been. And I want to say thank you one more time. Okay? You're all good. That is quite the entrance. He is their tribal chief. He is always theirs. So I says, see, black ring gear for Roman, Aleister Black return confirmed. A gold Roman Reigns did not say he had 2 years left. He said he had 2 years left after the end of this contract. For more, check out spoiler warning on Friday. Cal says Roman Reigns has one hell of a resume at Mania, by the way. And he is currently in the process of stepping aside. It's Cody's time now. Only 7 minutes of entrances so far. What's WWE playing at? Everything's running so smooth. Of course, Punk's going to have Paul Heyman. So naturally, Punk's going to come in last so that we can see Roman's reaction to Paul Heyman. Cal says it's crazy to think Erik Rowan is one of the last few people to pin Roman. He's pinned that rarely, yeah. We acknowledge him. We acknowledge him. He and Seth are just going to have a massive stare down now, aren't they? Yeah, pull your pants up, mate. Roman doesn't even want to look at him. There'll be a day when the full bloodline reunites. I think so, Joey, because they're not showing the entryway, but a lot of people are looking over there to see what's going on. I would think so. Aaron says the use of those hanging screens made a great shot. Gotta give it to them. They've been up there the whole time just for this moment. Yep, there's a band. There is a band right there, ready to go. A few nods out to the crowd. Again, he knows what he's doing when the camera's on him. There he is. The power has not reigned. Jesus Christ. The power has not drifted at all. He has not lost his position with his championship. He is still the guy. And here comes the big entrance. A version of the fire burns. This is going to take a long time, isn't it? Basically, it's the history of CM Punk. Because now he gets his main event. His name is Chick Magnet Punk. Can we just address that one more time? The CM stands for Chick Magnet. And he's still using it. I can never look past that. You know they don't own that footage, Cal. Coach Nick, welcome. Says hi Tom, just popping in to say hi and wish you a lovely stream. We'll drop a few chat rates too, thank you very kindly. And Sledgehammer, thank you very much for ensuring that we achieve our last goal. A very generous $4.99 donation. Please do let Sledgehammer know that he's that they, I don't know your gender, Sledgehammer, are appreciated here. Says thanks Tom for all the spoiler warning news anytime, any place, and by any time and any place I mean most Mondays and Fridays at 10 o'clock UK time. Thank you very much for a very, very generous donation and welcome to the show. Haven't seen you so far, mate. Welcome. Jess says that's his name for a reason, Tom. Chris said this is beautiful. Coach Nick dropping some chat rates. Cal says, what a stream. Crush enjoying the fire burning. Okay, a bit self-indulgent. Calm it down. Show off. Just because you can play guitar. Just as an FYI, Living Colour make a lot of money from CM Punk. If he asks them to play him in, they will turn up pretty much anywhere. You gotta respect it, you know? You gotta respect it. Thank you, Nick. A €5 donation and a badge. I don't believe we can click like on this one, so I just want to say thank you very much, Nick. A generous donation, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you very kindly, and thank you for dropping so many chat rates in the chat, letting me know you're here and making sure to boost those numbers so that more people find the show. I've had 833 people in this show over the course of it, and a large part of that is people like yourself doing everything they can to help us achieve our targets here. Thank you very kindly, Nick. Nick says, congratulations on reaching your goal. Happy to push you past it. Thank you very kindly. Kel says, Punk main eventing Mania. I never thought I'd see the day. Kevin says, what was the best match so far, Tom? Probably Charlotte. Charlotte and Tiffany. But there's also, there was a very good United States Championship match between LA Knight and Jacob Fatu, which I recommend highly as well. Pete says the best entrance ever. And Cal says Roman definitely super punching Heyman. Heyman looks too happy with himself. He looks proud. He's going to take over the intro for Punk, isn't he? Hey, Nick, you stay as long as you want, mate. Always welcome. Cal says that is a beautiful beard, and it was indeed. Nick is asking what was everyone's favourite entrance tonight. I actually really like Tiffany Stratton's. I really did quite enjoy Tiffany Stratton's. So I says Punk's wearing yellow, Hogan's the third man. Again. What can I say? The man knows how to turn heel for the rest of his life. Kieran says Punk is pure class. Got them to re-record the song so they would get all the royalties. It was the biggest giveaway that he was returning. Shouting at Seth and Roman, best in the world. Just before we get in, I will not be making any more goals, as that was going to be the last one, and it indeed very much is going to be. I do want to say a massive thank you. We're actually only about $10 lower than doubling the highest amount we'd ever had. So, yeah, that's a huge win. A huge win. Thank you, everyone, for the donations, for the company, and as always, for just being so relentlessly positive about everything I do here. It's incredibly reassuring to me that I'm doing the right thing, that I'm making the right choices, and that I'm worthy of being believed in. Thank you. Now we're heading into the main event. The entrances only took 16 minutes. Baffling. But they're still introductions, so it might take a little longer. I'd imagine this match will only take about a half hour. So we're still likely to finish at around 4 o'clock UK time, a 4-hour show. And then they've got 2 hours of post-show to present to you. We do not have a post-show here. That's not something we do. We'll be live again tomorrow for the Night 2 watch party. But we will of course be here top to bottom for this main event. A lot of focus on Roman and Heyman. Roman placing the Ula Fowler in the corner. Paul Heyman not there to collect it. That is a cheer. That is WrestleMania. Oh. It turns out they did, Pete. What a shame. They'll probably kill a moment letting the fans chant for everyone. Punk's going to check in with his wise man. And this is what's interesting, because technically, Punk can ask Paul Heyman for tactics the entire time. Who knows the tactics of beating Roman better than Paul Heyman does? No one. Punk also a smart enough man to know that getting into the ring right now, bad call. It's done. Let the hate flow through them. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate. I stand corrected, he immediately got in the ring. I try to have you back, Punk, and you just... What are you doing? What are you doing? Cal said, did they just forget that Shield reunion story thing? That happened a while ago, mate. Gold says Paul Heyman is definitely turning on Punk. Martin says Punk was right. He brought them in to know how fair... Brought them in to now how fairy tale is this. Chris says Roman's not falling for Seth's BS. Seth is just taking a beating. Ross says I'm going to Celtic, St Johnston semi-final tomorrow, so I need to sleep. No post-show for me. I'm back here tomorrow. Good to hear, Ross. I hope you get the result you're looking for. Jess says, how many matches has Roman had since last Mania? Just the one. My memory is bad. A few. Quite a few. They had the tag team match with Cody after all. The only ones I can remember are the tag team match and the match with Solo, but, you know, there are other matches, I'm sure. The man does not have a lot of dates left, to be fair. Paul Heyman distraught. It's like when you watch Lord of the Rings and you watch the Two Towers. They realised while filming that what you need to do is always show the stakes. So you get 2 or 3 shots of the action outside, then they go to a shot of the families huddled in the dark, not knowing what's happening around them. They show you the stakes. Today, Paul Heyman is the stakes. So you'll get a few shots of the action, then you'll go to Paul Heyman just looking ready to cry. Well, those steps did not last long at all. Flip him back round. You're breaking the immersion. Cal says Roman fully hates Heyman. I wouldn't go that far. Love and hate often look similar. Just as I forgot all about the tag match. Yeah, cool. Keep that going. Nick says I think he's only had like 1 single match. He doesn't wrestle a lot, does he? But as I say, he's overworked in the build-up. Carl says, I have an idea. SummerSlam Roman versus Punk with Heyman in a shark cage. People are obsessed with shark cages. Especially when you can have a Judy Bagwell on a forklift match. Martin says, remember when everyone rejected Roman for years to this? Wow. Yep. All he had to do was exactly what the fans have been asking for the entire time. That's all he had to do. We're off for a fight through the crowd. Seth also seemed like he was holding something. Oh, we got chairs. I think someone just attacked a small bear. Can't take that risk. Can't take that risk. What's that? Oh, just a post. Just a post. That's actually got rubbish in it. Making work for the cleaners. Shameful. Cal says a ladder match for the custody of Paul Heyman. So another Who's Your Daddy match. And Martin says chair shots don't work with cushions. Yeah, they bounce off way more than you'd like. How about trash cans to the back of the head? Why not? And other trash cans and other trash cans, and there's so many. Just that quick communication, like, it's your turn now. Oh, are we doing this? Oh, we're doing this. So to be clear, the trash can actually cushioned his fall there. Like, it actually was very helpful to have it there. Mine says, aren't those shirts worth thousands? Potentially, it depends how long you hold on to them for. It's like Pokemon cards. Cal says, Roman just be chilling in the ring. Just saying, where's Roman? Coach Nick says, I don't think Roman will want Heyman anymore after this. He's saying he's spoiled goods. Don't want sloppy seconds. It's all very romantic. I see Heyman. Oh, there's Roman. Oh, big dive. Just launched into people there. You don't do a lot of diving no more. I don't think security had full control, but ultimately security got the brunt of it. Now he's punching both of them. Oh, good camera work. Who was it? There was someone in sort of a tan top that took the brunt. Yeah, security. Martin said if Seth gets him, it's sloppy thirds. Cal says no fans were harmed in the making of this match. Only emotionally. It's only emotional damage. Ew. You should be sorry. You all give me crap for saying weird, mature stuff. And yet here you are. Trying to goad me into it. What you doing? That's not a breakable table, surely. What's with the new tables? They don't look as good. I stand corrected. They look much better, and that's the problem. Like that's a proper TV in the bottom. It's tilted, so it's clearly designed to flat pack same as any other, but still. The woman in green in the front row, they've cut to her on a lot of shots. She was there for the Jacob Fatu moonsault as well. She's giving them exactly the reactions they want. Exactly. Gal says, why does Heyman look traumatized? Because he loves his tribal chief. Nick says, maybe someone gets put through the prime station. That'll break. I mean, that's already happened, hasn't it? I think it's fairly regular the prime station's there to just get stuff thrown into, because then everyone looks at the prime. Okay, it seems like we're going to do a wrestle now. You're too happy about this. Awkward, awkward, very awkward. I'm glad we got there, but Roman wasn't quite ready for that one. Carl says, I think Jacob Fatu stole the show so far. It was a damn good match. With Jey Uso as well, it does feel like night one is Bloodline night. It's why I don't think Solo Sikoa is going to be challenging Randy. Because night one's Bloodline night. Martin, he's got his main event. He's got everything he ever wanted. Everything he ever. Nicely reversed. Awkward neck breaker, and I think that's Roman's fault. I think he knows it as well. He knew what he needed to do. He needed the rotation. It just didn't happen. Carl Bloodline Night Solo was there. He just knew better than to get involved. Interesting little addition to CM Punk's arsenal there. I think it's been a while since he's used that one. Jess, Roman likes his work on his teeth. I mean, they put fluoride in the water. They're gonna look good. If you drink water, your teeth basically brush themselves. Cal says Seth just be getting destroyed. That's pretty much all he's done all match. He's just getting beat up. Seth massively oversold that. So Roman has had his turn, looking dominant. CM Punk's turn now. Man says the man went to Turkey during his off time. Seth is a monstrous overseller. Like, he's a monstrous overseller. Just no one ever questioned that one. I think Roman would globally be recognised as the most attractive. Like, everyone has their preferences. I like Drew McIntyre, for example. But I think globally, if you asked everyone in the world, it would be Roman. Feels weird in nowadays wrestling to just have a standard body slam. Just a standard body slam. No, nothing special, nothing fancy. Just picked him up, slammed him down. And now someone's going to get suplexed onto him. Looks like Seth's going to get... Oh, no. Tower of Doom. Doomsday Device. Lovely. Lovely. I mean, you're not going to be that angry about that, Martin. You can't be. Your two greatest loves combined. Like peanut butter and jelly. Match going well. Definitely feels like WrestleMania. The build for this one has been fantastic. Primarily because it's not been every week. And certainly not every show. They thought about it. They've engaged in pieces. And when they have all three come together, it's been a beautiful sight. Carl says, when are we getting the 4,500 ref bumps? It's a Roman match after all. Triple threat. So, there'll still be ref bumps. I don't know what I'm even trying to say there. Ross says, this is brilliant. Nice and simple. To the point. This is brilliant. What more do you want? I'm going to call that a Uranagi, but I feel like we should be calling that a rock bottom. That felt like a rock bottom. Just throwing that in there. Just throwing that in there. Like, I know, technically it's a Uranagi. It felt like a rock bottom. If you're going to throw a Uranagi at Roman Reigns, you don't get comparisons to rock bottom there. Seth with a double frog splash. I don't even know who is pinning Roman there. Just says, love when they're keeping love how they're keeping Heyman in the back of the camera shot when they can. They want you to see his reactions. That's supposed to be what we're fighting for. Because you're supposed to forget what Seth's fighting for. Punk and Roman, they're fighting for Heyman. Seth's not fighting for Heyman. So what's Seth fighting for? Or is it just good old-fashioned hatred? Or is it a case that when we make it out of this, he'll tell you? Cal says these three are controlling the crowd. Incredible. Nick says, I heard today that Roman wants to move into the film industry. The Rock is working with him and shopping him around. The Rock wants to relaunch Black Adam. Imagine Roman as Aquaman. I'm guessing, Nick, that you heard that from Spoiler Warning. Because it's a Spoiler Warning report from yesterday. Cal says maybe Seth has a crush on Heyman. You can have professional crushes. I ain't blaming the man. I sometimes have full-on professional flirting sessions. Where essentially it's non-romantic intent in any way, shape or form. It's just a case of, you're really good at this business stuff, aren't you? You and me, we should do some business. And then, yeah, that's kind of what The Rock is doing at the minute with New Japan. And Donald Trump, historically. Me and you, we should do some business. Business. I think it's a rule of thumb now. You have to pedigree CM Punk. Oh. I don't understand how Seth always lands on his feet there. Oh, knew that was coming. Knew that was coming. Kicks Punk out. Clever. That's going to be a kick because of the time he spent on Punk. Roman had his eyes open. He was checking. But that's a move they always do, and it never disappoints. The crowd were fully into that moment as well. Cal says that was an insane pedigree. Jess says such a cool sequence. Ross says what a pedigree as well. Seth, now it's his turn to be in control. CM Punk on the outside for a moment after the spear. So it'll just be a little bit of one-on-one. Phoenix Splash? He wants a Phoenix Splash. You want a Phoenix Splash, don't you? Phoenix Splash didn't work brilliantly last time you did it, mate. You going for it? Oh, I like what happened there. Again with a spear. Into a GTS. Roman just kicking out of everything at the minute. Proper false finish kick out as well. Love Pat McAfee's face there. Was a good sell considering that he's not usually a focal point. Cal says, remember when Seth did 5,000 pedigrees, 10,000 curb stomps and didn't pin the Fiend but got disqualified in a Hell in a Cell match? It was just too violent, mate. Just too violent. You're not allowed to be that rough. You need nice hands. I know nobody gets all of these references, but I hope that some people get some of them. Nice hands is a bit of an obscure one. Like, you really have to like what I like for that one. Nick says, that's where I heard it. I consume a lot of wrestling content from aggregators, so I often forget where I hear things. Well, then probably not, because aggregators don't give a shit about what I do. Alyssa says, Seth Rollins belong in main event 1. I think all 3 of them belong in this particular event. Got a pedigree on... He's finisher spam now. There is no world in which CM Punk goes down to a pedigree. He would not allow it. Carl says, Heyman looking like Vader when Palpatine is Force Lightning. Luke Fella is conflicted there. And Thomas says, this is so good. I think at this point, despite taking a serious beating at the beginning, I think Seth's really the one to watch right now. Jess says, did Heyman go to the tanning booth with Bron Breakker? Erin says, I know you're a Smosh fan. I am indeed. Do you like Dropout as well? Heard good things about it because it seems to be sort of adjacent to Smosh. Haven't actually stopped to watch it as of yet. Cal says maybe Seth needs a new finisher. Cal says, did Seth just say you're without me and Mox? You're celebrating Shield. I think Seth might be able to convince Roman here. I think we're getting a Shield powerbomb. Take Punk out for a little while. He's allowed to say Mox. Ain't nothing stopping him. He needs advice. He needs a wise man. We are indeed getting a throwback, Carl. Nick says they should change the name of finishing moves to signature moves or something. Would much rather see reversals and avoiding the move than so many kickouts. They're trying to move up. Yeah, he's still going to do it. Large part of power bombs is knowing full well that you're about to get someone's junk right in your face. Right in your face. Thank you very much for the company, Martin. Hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, there are a few wrestlers that are moving away from the classical finisher. That's why we're seeing some... Really, both of them. Last Ride is why we're seeing a few more submission finishes and the like as well. Well, Roman looking to wrap this up. And very much should be able to. I can't imagine Punk's going to get it. Seth was watching the ref. I'm sorry, by the way, to everyone. I should never have pointed out the eye thing. I should never have mentioned it. Chris says Rollins should take issue with what Nick Khan said, since he said Punk isn't a... We'll move on from that. Cal says that was phenomenal. Also says Roman hates Seth. Chris says that table looked a lot softer. It breaks in a bit less controlled manner though. Sai says I see Heyman pulling the ref out when someone tries pinning Seth. Still think he's with him, and a callback to Big Show / Brock. Jess says damn, those tables look cool when they break. They need to keep them. Cal says I thought that was it. Crush is shocked that Rollins kicked out. Yeah, Blue, we first started talking about it years ago. That's fair, Dom. But it's the giveaway. WrestleMania 39, when Solo Sikoa interfered and stopped Cody Rhodes from winning the championship. The moment I realised what was about to happen is when Paul Heyman changed side of the ring. He was basically in the rampway. You never stand in the rampway. You're off hard cam if you do that. You never stand in the rampway. So the fact that he was there told me what was about to happen. And Cody was going to lose. Blue says they've all had their finishes kicked out. Well, except the guillotine, which has been a while since Roman's whipped out. Nick says dropout's awesome. If you like Smosh, you'll like Dropout. A lot of it is like an American take on British panel shows. I thought that was a free. I'd be interested to see that. I'll have to check it out. Ross says, flicking through X, Brandon Thurston has an interesting thread of questions. He thinks Triple H should be asked about the purchase of AAA. We'll see how many people ask them and how many people say, yeah, you're really good at this whole like wrestling booking thing. What's your secret to being awesome? Will you acknowledge me as your tribal chief? Sharpshooter? Yeah, go on. Don't go dark on me. Like if it falls out, obviously go dark on me, but still, I don't want to see that. You don't enter rest mode. No, control yourself. Jess says, this is so high definition, why can I see the texture of Heyman's bald spot? Netflix, innit? They promised you a show. They promised you a show. This is arguably going to finish as a 10 out of 10, isn't it? Seth just showing off now. Oh, Northern Lights. You do not see a lot of Northern Light suplexes. Not unfair, C-Mac. That's a stomp from CM Punk. Okay, this definitely feels like WrestleMania. Nick says, I guess Seth's knee is well and truly better. Well and truly is... the man still has some issues. I feel for him. Cal says, is Becky backstage? Yes, she is. And Tyler says, Heyman over there looking like he's having a panic attack. Man can act. Ross says, no, Rock's not even here yet. Rock's backstage. Crush loving it. Loving it enough for all caps. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Jeff. Gold, I wouldn't read too much into it. Cal says, I can just imagine Becky and Seth's room is just full of Seth's wacky outfits. And Becky's wrestling gear. Another GTS. Oh, okay. We're getting a bit silly now. Everyone just exhausted. There's a GTS, but he didn't go down. There's a spear. There's a stomp. There's just a lot going on, guys. There's just a lot going on. Finish this back. Whoa, where are you going? You're not allowed that. Paul Heyman has a choice to make. Let's find out who he's taking his orders from, shall we? If he throws in the chair in between Roman and Punk, there's still an obvious chance that Seth will be the one to get it. We just need to know who he's getting his orders from. Alyssa says, great match. How is Cena and Cody Rhodes outdo these feud Carewoman these year? Heyman chose Punk. Interesting. Blue says should have made this for a title. What title? None of them are champions. Nick said instead of a stomp, Roman should have covered and Seth just fell from the GTS and breaks a pin by accident. Chris suggests his orders are from a final boss. No. Saw it coming. Guys, it's his tribal chief. CM Punk ain't nothing. It's his tribal chief. You're right, Blue. Heyman never gets in the ring. So many questions. You'll know he hasn't given the chair to Roman. Is he presenting? Is he going to do the exact same thing? I would laugh so hard. I would laugh so hard if he does the same thing to Roman. Heyman's looking at Seth. Yeah, I'm with you, Jess. He's overplaying it. He's overdoing it. He's going to do it. He's right behind him. The crowd know. The crowd can feel it. Oh, this is cinema. Yep. Who's he taking his orders from? It's not even about Seth. He takes his orders from the tribal chief. That is not Roman Reigns. They're leaving it until tomorrow to reveal it. Seth Rollins is the third man. Never trust Paul Heyman. Oh, I'm actually shaking a little bit. Oh. Overplaying it. Crowd's getting too quiet. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Thank you. Hit him again. Or stomp him, that's fine. Match is over. Over. Match is over. Look. What did I tell you? Paul Heyman, red herring. Who's he taking his orders from? This was a main event for a reason. It factors into the main event of night 2. That's how they do it now. Damn good finish. Damn good finish. I'm going to give that a 9.5. I like what it built towards. I was happy with the finisher span. I loved every second of it, including Paul Heyman hitting the double low blow. I loved it. Top to bottom. The only reason it doesn't get a 10 from me is because it's not self-contained. It's a clear indication of something more to come. Whereas I feel that in order to get a 10, I'd need a match that was final. But I'm giving it a 9.5. Paul Heyman, no regrets. He loved it. He had a great time there. Sledgehammer says it was better than we could have hoped for. Crush says it sets up the final chapter of the Shield. Jess says they should kiss now. Sai says 8.5 out of 10. Love it. The finish was so obvious I thought it wouldn't happen. Cal says, wow. John says, brilliant match. 9 out of 10. You called the ending. Tom, great stuff. Dom gives it a 10. Kieran says he had a phone straight to the Rock. Crush says, what a main event. Cal says, imagine that Seth curb stomps Heyman now. Coach Nick says, makes sense though. Now The Rock has a full timer and a mouthpiece without having to show up, which is the point. That's very much the point. Kieran gives it a 9, Crush a 10, Martin a 10, Autumn, welcome, 10. Ross says Seth is third man, Cena is getting 17. I think the day might be coming. Chris's great prediction by that, Tom. Thank you, Chris. Ross gives it a 9. Cal says we're getting serious plot armor for Cody to keep that belt. Thomas gives it a 10. Martin says, Tom, does anyone help Cody now? Roman and Punk join Cody? I certainly think that's a possibility. We have a Roman, Punk, and Cody versus The Rock, John Cena, and Seth match. But there's also been the suggestion of Bullet Club. So in this instance, it would be Cody, AJ, and Balor versus The Rock, Cena, and Seth. Tomorrow we'll find out if there really is a third man. Stay tuned for that one. Chris says, nah, Cody's losing it and chasing it. Pete says, even the arm wiggle. Cal says, do we forget Ryback as a Heyman guy? Yes, we do. And C-Mac gives it a 9 out of 10. That has been night 1 of WrestleMania, and we kind of expected that it would be okay until it was fantastic. You know what we just saw? A show that was okay until it was fantastic. We will be live again, same time tomorrow, for a whole nother night of WrestleMania. I want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining me, keeping me company while I watched. Very generous donations, and thank you again, Dom, for breaking a goddamn record. For now, though, I've been Tom Colohue. You have been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.